Good morning to all our listeners around the world, but more so in the West Indies. We are right here at the Connery Cricket Center, and we are going to be witnessing today's encounter between Barbados and Guyana. We can tell you that Barbados has won the toss, and they decided that they will field first. Well, it's a lovely day for cricket, brilliant sunshine, and the pitch from our vantage point, it looks a good one. So we will all hope that it is a good one for cricket, whereby it will present the opportunities for bowlers and batsmen to apply themselves. And we all are looking forward and in anticipation of a wonderful day's play here from the Connery Cricket Centre. Well, we can see both umpires now just to the west of us here at the media center here at the Connery Cricket Center, getting themselves gear up to go out into the middle. This ground here at the Connery Cricket Center, it's very open. So even though the sun is shining in all its glory, it will give some comfort to the players out there in the middle. As hot as the sun is, that cooling breeze which comes from east to west of this ground here at the Connery Cricket Center. Well, we today's broadcasters here at the Connery Cricket Center gonna be William Mockall and Carlisle Powell, our very good friend, journeying from across our sister island Nevis. He's here with us again. He was with us also at Warner Park, and we all three, all things being well, we will be here throughout the tournament, but at the various venues. And just to remind our viewers and listeners also too that there are matches at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground and at the Warner Park International Cricket Stadium and right here at the Connery Cricket Center. Well, for those of our listeners and viewers who might just be joining the broadcast, you're listening to the voice of Victor Eddy. And those of you who would have had a better history of my career, well, know the caliber of player I was in my day. Well, the thing is that the women, though, and we who were at Warner Park, Carlisle Powell and myself, we were very impressed with the Barbados team, and they are the defending champions of this CG Insurance Women Tournament being held here. Well, as we speak to you, we can see both umpires going out into the middle, and also too, and the women are getting a lot of involvement in all sports, but more so for cricket in all areas. Some are very good broadcasters, some are very good analysts of the game, and also officiators as umpires. And we can see now that the two batsmen for Guyana going out actually before the fielders. So they no doubt want to revive themselves today here at the Connery Cricket Center. Did not have a good opener against the Windward Islands right here at the Connery Cricket Center. But the defending champions, Barbados Pride, they are making their way now out into the middle. And how well they played at Warner Park. And I can tell you that I was very impressed with Alison Gordon. She got some 4 wickets for 36 runs, and she being a medium pace bowler. Well, the Barbados Pride, just beyond the boundary, they are now having their circle, and no doubt probably just saying a little prayer or just motivating each other in the hurdle. But then the both batters are out into the middle, and we can tell you that it is a lovely day for cricket here at the Connery Cricket Center, and obviously it might be throughout. Well, by my watch, which is the unofficial watch, it says 1 minute to 10, so a lot better than we got after the start in Warner Park, which was about 5 after. And we are getting now the signal from the umpires that play is just about ready to begin. The fielders are all making themselves out into the middle. The batsmen are at the respective creases. And joining me for the first part of the broadcast, and we will be here, all things being equal, all day to bring our deliberations of this series, which is anticipated to be a very good one. But I can tell our listeners that I'm familiar, it's Connell who is going to open the attack here at the Connery Cricket Center for the Barbados Pride after they won the toss and decided that they will field first. Wow. Cornell and the umpires just signaling to the manual scoreboard, I think, and making certain that all things are in place, quite satisfied. And shortly we will hear and we will welcome Carlisle Powell to the ball-by-ball position. And yours truly, Victor Eddy, will also be in a comments position. And announced William Mockall, too, will be part of the broadcast throughout this tournament. Well, play is just about ready to begin here at the Connery Cricket Center. We can see the keeper standing back. There are two slips. There is a gully, a third man, and here is Cornell. In now to bowls. The first delivery short, rise in, good bounce. Play down to gully, no run. Continuation of the field. There's a field on the third man boundary. There's a point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, and a fielder on the long leg boundary. Barbados Pride, the defending champions. And they really played as like defending champions against Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park. But it is Cornell who is operating from what we can say the media center and here at the Connery Cricket Center outside the off stump, wide being signaled by the umpire. So the first run goes on the board and it goes by a wide, and Guyana are off the mark. They are one without loss, and Cornell is operating in her first over. Wicketkeeper standing back. Tall, well built, nice approach, well balanced up to the wicket now. Right arm over, bowls just on or about center stump. Ball played down to cover and no run. So a pleasant good morning to Carlisle Powell, who is here with us. And Carlisle, Barbados won the toss and decided that they will field. A pleasant good morning to you, Carlisle.
Good morning, Victor. A good, sensible decision, having come off a victory, and Guyana having scored a low total. Good thinking behind the Barbados decision to bowl first. Cornell is bowling from the commentary end and from over the wicket. Is getting the delivery, which is making some height, and the short batsman, batter in Campbell, is behind it. Drops it away for no run. Safely done. Excellent sunshine again, Victor.
Yes, a lovely day for cricket, and we will all hope that this is throughout the island, especially at St. Paul's Recreation Ground and also at the Warner Park International Cricket Stadium. But we are here at the Connery Cricket Center.
Cornell from over the wicket. And this one is pitch wide, going a little bit wider, but safely inside the tram lines. As we say, good morning to all the folks in Barbados who are in love with their cricket, male or female, and I'm sure monitoring this game.
Oh, yes, you can show a bet to that. And our good friend Andrew Mason, and good morning to you and all cricket lovers throughout the region.
Cornell. And again, just pitch back of a length, angling away. The keeper takes it nicely. And the score remains on one, coming from an extra. One for no loss. Cornell didn't get among the wickets in the first game, but she sent down 8 overs of good pace bowling. And I'm sure that she'll be telling herself on another day she'll pick up a few. And she just has to keep going. Tall. Goes away from us once more, and for this delivery, shot flashed into the offside nicely, hitting down. There's a fielder at third man. They'll just get a single, and that will double the score to 2 as we come up to the end of the first over. And it's Barbados winning the toss and fielding. Guyana are 2 for no loss after 1.
Yes, and 2 runs on the board without loss, and really that late cut that the batter played that went down to third man, it went across the outfield quite quickly. There was a big difference, though, I saw at Warner Park in terms of the outfield, but we're here at the Connery Cricket Center, and that's a good sign. Well, so far, we have seen good bunks, at least in the first over, and we will all hope that that will be consistent throughout this match and throughout the tournament, so we can have a balanced pitches, so every player have equal opportunity of performing. Well, it's going to be considered bowling from the Connery community end, and yes, that's Barbados won the toss and decided that they will fear. And Bruce, yes, well, she was guilty at Warner Park for opening with wide Carlisle, so let's hope that from a Barbados pride point of view, she will get it right on this occasion.
And she was quickly taken out of the attack, but it's a new game. And here is she to bowl to Campbell, who's getting a short delivery and plays it well. Is hitting it just over the boundary for 6. It was short, and she was rocking on the back foot early, and hit it nicely just forward of square, and bringing up the first boundary for Guyana. 6 to take her total onto 7, and to take the total onto 8 for no loss in over number 2.
Yes, a very confident show, Carlisle. It was a short pitch delivery, but the batter got early into position and actually struck it over mid-wicket boundary for 6. So the first boundary coming for Guyana, and they would hope that these two can put a good partnership together.
Bruce again, a slower delivery, which is well played, angles it away into the offside, and there is no run.
So quite an interesting tournament, this CG Insurance Women Tournament Regional, and Bruce is operating from the Connery Community Center end.
Delivery, which is wide of the off stump, signaled wide, and that will take the total up now to 9. And having to get used to Connery, Victor. The scoreboard does not seem to be operating, and so I'll have to rely on my scorers in the box to make sure that they keep us up to date with respect to the scores. And in the meantime, I'll grab a sheet of paper and do my own scoring.
Well, I have started my own scoring already too, Carlisle, so we will all get it together. Well, Bruce is coming from the Connery Community Center end.
And for this delivery, it's straighter. She's trying to turn it into the onside. Goes down the track just on the onside, and the keeper comes from behind the stumps to retrieve. And so Bruce, just about medium pace. And they have now made an adjustment in that the two fielders who are out are the fielder at long leg and the fielder at deep backward square on the boundary. Here is Bruce again, and this wide of the leg stump, very wide, and the fielder is chasing away from long leg, will not get it, and it will cross the boundary for 4 wides, and so that will take the total onto 13, and again a little bit of indiscipline showed here by Bruce.
Yes, and it would appear that she is not really a strong or effective with the new ball. Probably that might be one of the concerns for the Barbados prize in Bruce. She is coming in once again to bowl. Right arm over on this occasion, gets it right though on the stumps. The batter played it quietly back down the surface. So
7 extras in the 14 so far, and the 7 off the bat of Campbell. As the policeman goes striding past the side screen at the far end, but it's Bruce who stops on her run through, does not deliver, and so we're in over number 2. And Guyana getting off to a good start, 14 for no loss. As we see Barbados apparently playing the same side. As Bruce bowls to Campbell once again, pitch wide of the off stump, goes through, no chance of a run. Here is Bruce once more, and she's playing a little naughty shot is Campbell, trying to play it fine on the offside. Goes through for the keeper who is standing up. And at the end of the over, 2 gone. Guyana being asked to bat first, 14 for no loss.
Yes, and these two for Guyana would be thinking of consolidating and putting a good partnership together, opening partnership together for Guyana, because they did not do very good in their first encounter when they came up against the Windwards right here at this Connery Cricket Center. But we're going to look at Connell, who is going to continue from this media center end. Sun shining in all its glory.
And it's Connell who is starting her run up now. And for this delivery, it's angled away into the offside. No runs. Had a chance to catch up with my good friend Ryan Hines before the start of the game. So good to see him still involved in the game, coaching at the women's level. A player who I met during my stint as manager for the Leewards senior team. Very competitive. Here is Connell. And for this delivery, she's coming down and playing it into the offside, finds the fielder at point, and there is no run. 14 for no loss in over number 3. Umpires in this game, Laborde and Williams, Jacqueline Williams. Connell. And for this delivery, pitch a little bit wide of the off stump, going a little further away. Umpire has a good look at it and decides, no, that's well delivered inside the tram lines. No chance of a run. And so Guyana opening with Campbell and Ganjnabi. Connell again. And for this delivery, it's short. It's played into the onside. Fielder comes from mid-wicket. And there is a run. So Ganjnabi will get off the mark. She goes on to 1. And the score goes on to 15. We're in over number 3. Here is Campbell playing this one delightfully into the offside, down to the square boundary for 4. She was behind it nicely and reached up to a full height, which isn't a great deal, but she had good hands. And they played a delightful shot down to the cover boundary to pick up another boundary to take her on to 11 and to take the total on to 19 for no loss. So she's looking good, is Campbell. Short delivery, and she's trying to force it away into the offside. Doesn't make connection, goes through to the keeper. And so 3 of us are done. Guyana 19 for no loss. Bruce will be taking up the attack from the far end, and she's coming in to bowl her second over. And for this delivery, it's steered away into the offside, finds the fielder down at point, no chance of a run. So Campbell has been the more aggressive of the two. And Gajnabi, she's on one, and she's facing. Keeper standing up, one slip, as here is Bruce, bowls a slow delivery, which is played into the offside, just short of the fielder at cover. And she takes it on the bounce. Score, 19 for no loss, win over number 4.
Yes, and the standing umpire from the Connery Community Center N is Jacqueline Williams from Jamaica, and Candice Laboda from Trinidad and Tobago. She's at square leg.
Delivery, which is wide. And so run number 20 for Guyana. And Bruce had this challenge in the first game of getting it right with respect to her deliveries. Had wides, had no balls. And I'm sure that the coaches will get that corrected in time. Delivery, which is back of a length, played out to mid-off. Again, no runs. 20 for no loss, Guyana batting first.
Well, what I like to see also too, Carlisle, with the Barbados makeup, that you had former West Indian players who have had practical success very close to the team.
Bruce.
And
And for this delivery, it's pitched outside the off stump, going for the keeper to take. And allowed to do so, no chance of a run. And we are in over number 4 of 50. And the score is 20, Guyana batting without loss.
yeah, so Bruce is actually a lot much more on a good line and length that she was in the game against Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park. But here she comes in now and gets it right again, right on the wicket there, probably just on about center stump, being played out into the offside. There is no run. So Carlisle, Bruce has looked like she did some homework, almost getting it right on this occasion, operating from the Connery Community Center N. What would she do on this occasion? The wicket keeper standing up. And one cut out into the cover. It's going to get close to the cover boundary. Will it cross the boundary? It has. So another good boundary here for Guyana. And this is relatively a good start. And what Guyana really needs, and these two are putting it together thus far, and they will need to go deep because they will have to revive themselves after that defeat right here at the Connery Cricket Center against the Windwards.
The outfield is fast. And once that got through the infield, there was no chance of the fielder running it down. Even though the outfield, the boundary has been brought in, that made it actually easier. And so they have looked good, the opening pair for Guyana so far.
Yes, indeed. And Cornell, she is going to continue her opening attack from the media center end. She's right arm over the wicket. Wicket keeper goes down, standing back, takes that one that was pitched outside the off stump, and no run. But Carlisle, if these two can really put a good partnership for Guyana, that will be good thing for the team in terms of the incoming batters to have relatively a lot more confidence coming to the wicket.
2 overs from Bruce have cost 17 runs. Connell it is from the commentary end. And for this delivery, Campbell is getting a good one. She's behind it solidly, just angles it away into the offside. And there is no chance of a run. So we are 24 for the loss of no wickets, Guyana, in over number 5.
And we can see that the batter really looks good. She paused on her defensive stroke for a while, no doubt. That is a sign of confidence.
Connell again. And for this delivery, she's again getting a good delivery, just back of a length, solidly behind it, and plays it back down the track. And there is no run.
Well, probably if I had some binoculars, I might have been putting them on to see if I can pick up the name of the bat that she is batting with the full face, because she is really looking good playing straight.
Short delivery, hit in the air. Is it going to be a catch? Yes, it is claimed. It was short. She was inside the wicket, hooking, and the fielder down there at long leg just had to come in a couple of paces and claimed a good catch. So Campbell has gone to the hook shot. It didn't seem as if she went through with the shot, and it held up a little bit, but good bowling by Connell. Good thinking to bowl the shorter ball and to slow it up a little bit. It seemed not to be a full-pace bouncer, but a slower bouncer, and it has picked up the wicket of Campbell, who goes back for 11, and it's 24 for the loss of 1 wicket in over number 5. Guyana losing their first wicket.
Yes, and Connell getting her first wicket of the tournament. She did not get any in the game against Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park, but a very valuable wicket because Campbell was looking good and probably went into the stroke a bit early as it was a slow bouncer and straight to the fielder too, but the fielder anticipated and had to dive forward and then was so convinced and came up with a catch. So Connell getting her first wicket of the tournament, and she did look good at Warner Park, even though she did not get a wicket there. But in this encounter right here at the Connery Cricket Centre, getting the first wicket for Barbados Pride and her first wicket of the tournament. So the two umpires in this game here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we have Jacqueline Williams of Jamaica and Candice Laborda of Trinidad and Tobago.
Sherry-Ann Fraser is the new batter, and she's on strike. You know the rule change, Victor, when you played. You crossed, and so you got the strike. Nowadays, the new batter takes strike. Here is Connell to bowl to Fraser, who is behind it, turns it away into the onside. Possibility of a 1, but they said no, as the fielder from mid-wicket did good work. And so it's 24 for the loss of 1 in over number 5.
Yes, and obviously I appreciate how much the game has evolved over the years. But I still have some concerns, though, of some of the rules that still governs the game as the game has evolved, cricket.
Connell with number 46 on the back goes away from us, and for this delivery, Fraser is flashing into the offside, and I think that possibly went to hand, and there is a chance of a single which they take, and so the score has pushed on to 25 at the end of 5 overs, end of a successful over by Connell. She picked up the wicket of Campbell, who was caught by Scantlebury for 11, and so 5 gone. Guyana being asked to bat first, 25 for 1.
Yes, and good spell by Connell so far, and she has been impressive so far. She makes her way down just beneath us here at the media centre end, the northern end of the ground, most likely at the Connery Cricket Centre. But Bruce is going to continue from the Connery Community Centre end. Well, the wicketkeeper, though, he has been very confident, Carla. That's a good sign, standing up under the stumps.
And here is Bruce. And for this delivery, she's coming forward, gets it off the inner portion of the bat, goes back down the track to Bruce. No chance of a run. Bruce again, and for this delivery it's short and cut away into the offside, nicely fielded by the fielder there at point, diving away to her left. Had it gone past her, they would have had quite a few runs, but she did well to knock it down and then retrieve. So this is good fielding by Barbados.
Yes, and a continuation from where they started at Warner Park, right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. And Barbados looks a very well organized and prepared team coming into this particular tournament.
Here is Bruce again, and for this delivery it's slow down the leg side, it's signal wide. The keeper has the bails off in a flash and is appealing for a stumping, but the square leg umpire is unmoved, and we'll just see the result of an extra run. 26 now for the loss of 1 wicket Guyana, We're in over number 6.
Yes, and the wicketkeeper looking very good. That was fast glove work. They're going down the leg side. And really, she has been confident though. And it is not easy to go up under the stumps for any type of bowler in particular.
Bruce again. And for this delivery, wide off the off stump. And the batter is playing it away into the offside. Fielder moves from backward point. No chance of a run.
Well, Bruce doing a lot better than she did at Warner Park, at least getting more of her deliveries between wicket and wicket. Here is she, once again. Bruce is in, and the ball just being driven down to mid-on, and there is no run. So for Bruce, there is actually a short third man, a point, cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. And a mid-wicket also deep on the boundary and a long leg. So here is Bruce from the Connery Community Centre end. Now she passes the umpire, bowls outside the off stump, one played out to cover, and there is no run.
Number 31 is actually Madamutu. And so she's the batter on strike, taller of the two. And the Guyana being bowled out for 78 in the first game would be looking to do a lot better here. Bruce to bowl to Madamutu, who is hitting in the air, one bounce short of the fielder coming across from mid-off. Just held it back a little bit, and Madamutu went through with the drive, but it landed safely, and so at the end of 6 overs, Guyana batting first at 26 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, and Bruce, a lot much better control in her spell here at the Connery Cricket Centre, but it's a different encounter. They're up against Guyana. But Cornell, who is going to continue from the media centre end, just looks a good bowler. She would be bowling to the keeper standing back, a first slip, a second slip, a gully, a third man on the boundary. There is also a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Cornell continues.
And she has the taste of success. A wicket in the last over. And she's bowling this one into the legs of the batter, Gash Nabi, and she plays around it. Rockets into the pad. Cornell puts up an inquiring hand, but the umpire will have none of it. So the score remains on 26 for 1.
Yeah, and she's putting the number 8 on the back of her jersey.
I tell you something, Victor. Notice that Cornell goes wide and tends to lean away a little bit on delivery. Here's a delivery which is struck back and she's out caught. The batsman was playing a cross-batted shot and it went straight back to Cornell, again delivering from wide of the crease, but success again. And imagine what one game makes, the difference a game makes. In Warner Park, she bowled well, didn't get a wicket, and she has struck twice now for Barbados. And so Guyana lose the wicket of Shabika Gashnabi. She goes for 5, and Guyana find themselves sliding now to 26 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, and it was...
After Victor, you'll hear the voice of McCall.
Yes, and it was a very good... catch by the bowler, good ball and caught catch, because it was just about around shin height, and Cornell looked probably as a 6-footer, yes, no doubt, and she got down early on her follow through, and it is not easy as a medium pace bowler to, on a follow through, a ball being driven back or cut back to her and being out caught. Well, it gives me the pleasure now to welcome my very good friend William. William, good morning to you, and hope that you have been enjoying what you have seen so far.
Yes, Victor, good morning, and good morning to all the viewers and right around the Caribbean, and particularly in Guyana and in Barbados. Yes, I'm enjoying Cornell. She has quite a zip off the wicket. Here she is. Moving in now with about the third delivery. Wrapped on the pad. A question is asked but it's negated by the umpire. Very good delivery.
Yes, and no doubt, Cornell, she will be very confident having taken the 2 wickets that have gone down so far for Guyana. And when Carlisle was on, he quite rightly said it. She bowled well at Warner Park against Trinidad and Tobago, but was without a wicket. But here is she moving away from us from the media centre, and here at the Connery Cricket Centre, short and being hammered into the square leg area. It's going to go for 4 because anything passing the inner ring, this Connery Cricket Centre outfield, it's very quick. And once it gets outside that 30-yard circle, 4 runs and 4 good-looking runs.
A short delivery it was, and the batter took advantage of it and pulled it past the square leg area and into the boundary. Very quick outfield. It's rather patched as it is.
Yes, and Cornell will continue to bowl to the batter who is, and there is hesitation. Could there be a chance of a run out? It looks from our vantage point, yes, another wicket goes down, and it was due to some hesitation on both of the batters, and in the end, in following through, we will get who is the batter being run out, but obviously there was big hesitation there between the two, and Guyana unfortunately losing their 3rd wicket. So 3 wickets going down for Guyana, 30 runs on the board, and by a run-out route. But that shows the good feeling inside that 30-yard circle, William, is always very important.
Yes, I was about to say the singles were quite rare. They were not having singles, and as soon as a single was attempted, a run-out was effected. At least there was some indiscretion, there was some indecision, that's the word, whether to take the single or not. And when she did take the single, she was way out of her crease, and she was run out. I think Cornell is creating some uncertainty, and of course, she has effected a mini slide of the Guyana top order, given the fact that she is involved in taking all of the 3 wickets that have fallen. One caught down on the deep fine leg. The other one was a cotton bowl. One was LBW, and now one that was run out again from her bowling. She's quite nippy of the pitch, mind you. She's big, about 6. She looks about 6'1" or 2, and good shoulders. And in total contrast to Bruce. Here she is again moving into the new batter, flicked away, or it's off the pad and down to short mid-wicket, and no runs taken. That's the end of the over. The score as it is. The score as it is, 30 for 3.
Yeah, 30 for 3.
30 for 3. So that's quite a little slide there, all created by Cornell.
Yes,
And
and
the
it
fact that
was
she has been involved in all the dismissals.
Zillian Madamuto. Yes, she was the
Madamuto.
one run out there. So that's number 3 wicket going down for Guyana by the run-out route. So it is now 30 on the board for 3 wickets. So Barbados Pride getting some early wickets and making early inroads into this Guyana batting order. They did not do very well here against the Windward Islands, and at the start that they had gotten, we thought that this would have presented a different picture, but that was not to be. The defending champions, Barbados Pride, are really playing as defending champions should be playing.
In the 8th over, there seemed to be a change of bowling, Victor, and if one can identify the number, her back not being turned to us.
Okay, we'll get that. Gordon.
Gordon is seemed to be a spin bowler.
No, medium pace.
Okay, right arm over.
Okay, and here's Gordon pitching one just on about off stump, played down to 3rd man where a fielder comes off the boundary, And in the meantime, the batters were able to get another run, advances the total now on to 31 for the loss of 3. For our listeners who might just be joining the broadcast here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we greet you that today's encounter here at Connery Cricket Centre is being played between the defending champions Barbados and Guyana. Barbados won the toss earlier this morning, and they decided that they will field first, and so far that has given them success. We are looking at the successful bowler Alison Gordon, who was the chief wicket taker in the game against Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park. Short, outside the off stump, the batter was trying to cut, misses, the keeper standing up doing a good job, and there is no run. So Alison Gordon, she got 4 for 36 in the match against Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park, the opening encounter, which was Monday. And here is she operating now from the Connery Community Centre end. Passes the umpire, bowls, right arm over. A good delivery, blade back down the track. Feeling well to her own bowling. The keeper standing up. There is a first and second slip, a fielder on the third man boundary. There is a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and Connell, the chief wicket taker, who had 2 out of the 3. The last wicket being run out, but here is Alison Gordon in now bowls, 1 outside the off stump. The batter trying to hit it to cover, did not connect. The keeper, although did not took it cleanly, avoided any possibility of any runs. So the successful Alison Gordon operating from the Connery Community Centre end. Brilliant sunshine, nice cool ground, nice cool breeze coming across the ground. Outside the off stump, the batter is trying, the wicket keeper just asking, but not in a ferocious way. So there was no way that probably the batter got connection there. Number 5 on the back of her jersey, I will get that person name for you now, for Guyana.
Yes, Alison Gordon, of course, she is a right medium. That one was just outside off stump. The batter intended to cut but misses. She missed, and the keeper took off the bails. The difference between Connell and Bruce, the difference in pace, the difference in approach, that could have given the batsman a sense of complacency, in fact, when you're facing Bruce in opposed to facing Connell.
Yes.
She has quite some bounce, and she obviously affected the batsman much more than Bruce did.
Well, Connell being tall of the of the 2 bowlers, quite rightly so, William actually getting more bunks because of her height. But we can see a bowling change now from the media centre end. It looked like Hayley Matthews. Yes, getting that right. Hayley Matthews, very experienced player at international level for the West Indies team, and here is she now coming into the bowling attack, just getting her feelers in the various positions. We can see so far the keeper is standing up. She bowls a little medium pace, William.
She's a captain. She's a captain as well.
That's right. So the keeper standing up, and there's a solitary slip, there's a point, a cover, a mid-off. And here is Matthews' right arm over the wicket. Now bowls outside the off stump, and the batter trying to cut that one, misses true to the keeper. So Hayley Matthews into the attack. Barbados Pride in a very good position in this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Hayley Matthews moves away from us. She's in, bowls outside the off stump, and one cut into the deep point boundary for 4.
Beautiful shot. That's a good shot for 4 on the outside of Hayley Matthew. Scores in the match, Jamaica versus Trinidad. 16 for 2 is Jamaica. And the one Guyana versus, this one is 31 for 3. The other one is Leewards versus the Windwards. 21 for 4, the Leeward Islands.
Well, here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we are looking at Hayley Matthews, right arm over the wicket, bowls. And here is the batter playing it out to short cover. There is no run. So keeper standing up, solitary slip. There's a point, a cover, extra cover. a mid-off, a mid-on, short mid-wicket deep on the boundary and a square leg. Here is Haley Matthews, right arm over the wicket, bowls. One play down to mid-on. There is a fielder in the way, so there is no possibility of a run. And special good morning to all our viewers and listeners around the world, especially those of you in the United States of America who have been following the broadcast. And here is Haley Matthews outside the short down the leg side being pulled, and a bad miss by the fielder out on the square leg boundary, and it goes across the boundary for 4. So a bad miss by the fielder out on the square leg boundary area, and 4 more runs to Guyana, and Guyana need all the runs in any available way.
Yes, the fielder approached the ball very poorly, and it bounced on her. It seemed to have hit her on the forearm and bounced away for 4. That's not good fielding. Of
Well,
course.
here is Haley Matthews once again. A little skip and a hop. Bowls down the leg side. The batter is turning it. We'll have to wait and see if she got back onto it, if there will be any signal from the umpire. No, she only signaled that has completed the over, so another run to the total. And really, Barbados Pride, after winning the toss, I think they would be very pleased as to what has happened thus far. 3 wickets going down for Guyana, and they're not into the 40s as yet. So Barbados Pride
They're
would
actually
feel
40 for 3.
they are 40 for 3.
40 for 3, that's the score. Of course, Alison Gordon will continue from the northern end, if you would like to call it that. And she's now delivering. One just outside off, the batter leaves, collected by the keeper, and relayed from Haley Matthew, and it will be relayed right back to the bowler. But singles are few, though, Victor. Singles are few. Most of these scoring shots have been either 4s or a wide here or there.
Well, and at the present moment, there is no need for, or there is need for them to try and look to get all the available runs possible. Well, the chief wicket taker, Alison Gordon, is operating from the
That's in the last match, though.
in the last match
Okay.
against Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah.
The chief wicket taker for me right now is Connell, and she have taken 3 wickets already, or 2 wickets already, and was also involved delivering the ball that caused the run out. Now there's a single which we see very little of for this game. One single was taken, and of course many of the scoring shots have been 4s. A turning over of the strike is needed to create a good partnership that could unsettle the Barbadian bowlers.
Yeah, that is very appropriate. They really need a partnership here now because 3 wickets are down, and here Gordon bowling one outside the off stump, and the batter trying to hit it through the offside, and the keeper took well. No for the total. 41 for 3.
Yes, it is. It is quite noticeable, though, that the singles are required at this point in time.
Well, always a high priority, always necessary to get those 1s and 2s if you are not getting the boundaries. Well, that is a dot ball, so we just no more runs to the total. But a lovely day for cricket, and obviously it might be also too at the other 2 venues, Warner Park and St. Paul's Recreation Ground.
Yes, the nice, bright and sunny. There was a little rain this morning in my village of Mansions. Here is Alison again outside off stump. The batter missed, and the keeper took the balls off for the 3rd or 4th time during this over.
Yes, and very confident in her keeping under the stumps for the medium pacer. That has completed the over though. So
41 for 3.
41 for 3.
Over number 10, 41 for 3. What about what's your view in terms of a prospective score that is that could be had?
A projected total.
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting question, William. But how Barbados Pride looked at Warner Park, really, it is a good challenging question because their fielding, outfielding continues to be good, which they did also too at Warner Park, and their bowling is right on par. And especially Cornell, as Carlisle indicated, that she did not get success in her first encounter against Trinidad and Tobago, but here is she now looking to get a third wicket.
Yes, another change. Connell is back. There was a change in the ninth over when in the ninth over, Gordon Matthew came in for 1 over, and she had 2 boundaries struck off her bowling. Now she brought back Connell. That one was played out in the onside, and there was no runs.
Yes, and Cornell is a very good medium pacer, very tall, very athletically built. And Guyana, though at this present moment, they will have to post with 7 wickets in hand. They should be thinking also too not to be bowled out and try to really play out the overs and see how many they can accumulate. I think that is their best option right now as the situation presents itself at this present moment. And here is some runs. No, the fielder at point stopped it well. It was just a little dab down to point, and there was no run. So 41 for 3, Williams. So,
Yes.
if they get over 130, 40,
Could be
Well,
competitive.
well, at least it's on the board, and then to go out and defend it, we could never tell in this game of glorious uncertainties, you know.
Cornell again into board, flicked away to backward square leg. There was one. They're taking a second run. The throw comes in, not too bad a throw. It's okay. But they have completed 2 runs, and we have seen not much of that during this game.
Well, they will have to look at every opportunity that they can get to score runs, because with 3 wickets down, 7 wickets in hand, what would be good from a Guyana point of view, that they bat out the overs and try to see how many runs they can accumulate. Well, no more to the total at this present moment, especially for those who might just be joining the broadcast. We can tell you that Barbados Pride won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and they decided to field first, and so far the toss has paid off for Barbados Pride.
Given the score at 41 for 3 in the 11th over. Cornell comes in and she bowls again just outside off stump. She dabs away to point area. There is no on the end of that over. It's 43, I think now, for 3, Victor. Some consolidation is required from the batsmen, the batters at this point in time. There's another 39 overs to be bowled. That's quite a few overs. And if the batsmen could contain themselves and just bat the overs well, I can see a 180, maybe 150, 180 being made by Guyana. That, of course, depends on the potency of the batting left. There's one outside off stump, and again, the keeper takes the bails off in a vain effort to effect a stumping.
Yes, and really they would have to, first of all, make certain that they bat out the overs, and whatsoever total they ends with will be more appropriate than if they get bowled out. That is Guyana here at the Connery Cricket Centre. But I think the bowlers are getting through their overs quite nicely, because 110 is usually the cutoff point. But if at 110 that a team is not bowled out or the overs have not been completed, they will go on beyond 110 to complete the overs. But the official cutoff time in this CG insurance tournament, women tournament regionally, and
flicked away to the forward square leg by that batter, and 4 runs effected. That's a good shot. That ball was over pitched, just about leg stump or in line with the pads, and the batter came forward and flicked it beautifully to forward square leg, and 4 runs.
Yes, and really, all the runs in all fashions and all forms for Guyana is very important now. But as we are alluding to that, the outfield is very quick. So on most occasions, once the ball gets out of that 30-yard circle, it will get close or go over the boundary. Well,
Again, Gordon bowls. That one could have, that one was played back just right of the bowler and collected by Midon. However, the singles are few though, and I would like to see a few more singles in between those fours that will propel the score a lot more. Short and cut and missed. Again, the keeper takes. The keeper is Casey Knight, am I correct? Casey Knight.
yeah.
And she looks pretty confident.
Yes, indeed.
Competent behind the wicket. Gordon, a bowler of West Indian renown, of course, bowling with quite some zip as I speak. And this one is played out early, went on to second slip. And that's the end of the over.
Yeah, and these two would need to consolidate for Guyana and build a partnership here in the middle of these middle overs, because Guyana can ill afford to lose any more early wickets right now. That will just make their task more challenging to bat out the remaining overs. Well, Connell is going to continue from the media center end, and she has been successful so far. She has had 2 wickets to her name, and she will continue for the defending champions, Barbados Pride, and really we can see the good success that why they are champions, and no run from that delivery.
Yes.
And Connell is continuing from the media center end. Well, lovely day for cricket here, and obviously throughout the whole island at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. There is also an encounter taking place there, and also at the Warner Park International Cricket Stadium. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, it is 47 for 3 wickets, and now they get their 48 run, so getting closer to the half century.
Well,
Yeah.
they will get to the half century in just a while, I suppose, hopefully without further loss. And of course, being just the 13th over, one would hope that they from there will consolidate and kick on to greater things.
Well, and even more so right now, a partnership is very important, very relevant for the Guyanese. But Cornell will have other ideas, trying to get her 3rd wicket, and delivery just going through to the keeper, and there is no run. So Barbados Pride would be thinking of bowling out Guyana, but Guyana, on the other hand, should be thinking of occupying the crease and try to bat out all the overs and see how many runs they can get, and then go out there and defend it. But that is still far away from this present moment. Connell looking for her 3rd wicket, attempted Yorker, but the batter read it well and just played it out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, the over-pitch delivery could be quite deceptive sometimes based on how it's delivered. And of course, that one dipped slightly though. She didn't get a full bat on it, and it just rolled out into the onside.
Well, I was looking further to my west, where there are the flags of Barbados and Guyana, to see, and really another run now for Guyana, so get their advances closer now, if not the 50, is it up now?
49 for 3.
49 for 3. So, William, to our western side from this media center here at the Connery Cricket Center, we can see the 2 national flags, Barbados Pride and the Guyana, and now the wind suggests that there is a wind coming from east to west end here
Yes.
at the Connery Cricket Center, and no more runs to the total. That has completed
Percentage
Connell's
over,
over. So 49 it is for 3. Guyana batting first after being sent in by Barbados decided to field first after winning the toss.
Well, it signals it the position of Guyana is not really that bad. I can only see consolidation as their salvation at this point in time. Of course, in the first game, they didn't do that very well, and therefore that would be in the back of their minds as we speak. But this start in 49 for 3 in the 13th over, there is room for some consolidation. It is not too bad yet.
Well, here is one just played out to cover and there's no run. Well, the thing is also too that Guyana really needs a good total on the board. I'm not certain what they think would be a good total to challenge this Barbados Pride, the defending champions. Well, that is still far away from now, but it will be good from a Guyana point of view if they can bat out these remaining overs, 7 wickets in hand, which is quite a few, and then also too they will need to get a total that they would think that they can challenge the defending champions Barbados Pride.
The bowler Gordon continues to be quite steady, giving up just one run in most of her overs, the most 3, and she's being very steady, and she's been a perfect backup to Cornell, and in my view, who has been the pick of the bowlers this morning.
Yes, and really, Alison Gordon, as we've been alluding to in her first encounter against Trinidad and Tobago Monday last there, it was 4 for 36 she took. So these two have been doing well, and really so far they have really put some brakes on of the acceleration of the Guyanese team, because they have been in the 40s for quite a while, and it means that the bowlers are bowling a good line and length and bowling to their feelers.
Yes, well, the Guyanese team didn't have a chance to accelerate. They can get their opportunity if they, again, I go back to the word consolidation. 49 for 3 is the score at the moment. We are in the 14th over. And Alison Gordon, who is, in my view, pretty steady, pretty mean in her deliveries, very measly. And she has been doing well for Barbados.
Yeah, and really the keeper too is doing her good human service, as that was the final delivery.
In fact, that's a maiden, maiden over
I would
by God.
And I would like to believe that might be the first maiden too in the innings.
It might be it is the first maiden.
But we'll get confirmation from our very valuable scorers, and they have acknowledged it. So, and that is the good thing about we all here working together in a unified way and keeping things good to our viewers and listeners. Well, Carlisle is standing by, but whenever he is ready, he knows that he will indicate that. But that's all right. We will continue, William, and Haley Matthews. She's going to try to see if she can get the 4th wicket and further success. And what I was alluding to, it is good to see that it's Hines and for Barbados as the coach is Hines.
No, not River.
No, sorry.
It's Corey
Collymore
and Ryan Hines.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And as I said, people who have themselves played the game with some success, being close to the team is vital.
Yeah, practical success is of utmost importance, because what you can share is not that you're making up a story. Players like Collymore and Hines can say to things that can convince players. And here is Matthews, short delivery, no run. But that's the reason why teams can gain a lot much more success if you associate it with some players who have had practical success and could disseminate why you can be that successful. Because I always make the point to persons, William, that when our late Malcolm Marshall went down to South Africa, he did not have a level 3 certificate. He had cricket and practical success as a fast bowler. And also coming out of those years that he played down there, we saw players like Jack Callis and McDonald and so forth became
Sean
very
Pollock.
and Sean Pollock, and the list goes on. So that practical success means a lot to the game. Now, I am not. I am in favor of coaches because all international teams, and cricket is no different, must have assigned and certain qualification as coaches. But that practical success in the game, it's also a very valuable inclusion. But here at the Connery Cricket
50.
Centre, I think the 50 is up. No more wickets gone down. 3
50 for
wickets.
3.
50 for 3.
Matthew
So-
was just worked away into the long on area for a single.
So that practical success that the late Malcolm Marshall shared, it brought out results and success to the persons who came into contact with him, and they became world beaters. Well, a lot around the world too, they are utilizing a lot of our former cricketers who have had practical success, and you can see the improvements in their international team. Well, we have the first refreshment break, and we can tell our listeners here at the Connery Cricket Centre it is 50 for 3. We're having a refreshment, and no doubt the players out in the middle would welcome this refreshment, William.
It is
because
important.
it
you
is
spoke-
it is very hot. Well, and this is the way persons like myself and so many others grew up playing cricket from morning until the sun
Yes.
goes down.
Yeah, in the hot sun.
Well,
And by the way, you spoke about a breeze that was blowing, and you could look at the flags to our left. They are
Well-
indicating that there's a nice cooling breeze blowing from east to west.
Well,
And
it
so
will-
the heat of the sun may be there, but there's a nice a counter to that heat with that cooling breeze from the east.
yes, well, as the drink break is on the field of play. So, William, alluding to persons who have had practical success, I go back now to even more recently, but in a different format. Curtly, Ambrose, and Chandapal were the ones responsible for the Jamaica Tolerers in the 2022 CPL, and
And their success.
and Jamaica won. So it is very important to have inclusion and going forward, and I think this can
Okay, let me
also.
try to interpret this from my score. The first 50 was in 45 balls. The first 50. The, okay. 6 fours and 1 6 in the first 50, and then the 94 minutes, and 94 deliveries, of course. Okay, thank you very much. I'm the one who didn't read it properly. The first 50, of course, was with 94 deliveries, and in the 15th over, the score is 50 for 3, Guyana. Of course, Cornell taking 2 of those wickets and 1 by the run-out route. They have had several changes from Bruce to Gordon, and Gordon has plugged off one end so well that she bowled a maiden in the 14th over, and then Matthew delivered an over with just 1 in the 15th.
Yes.
They have just finished their drink break, and in a while we'll get back to some more cricket action.
Yes, indeed. At the Connery Cricket Centre, you're the streaming live, and really, it's all right. He will come in moments, and we are back with the action here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and it just shows why, too, probably how much that has contributed towards Barbados Pride Women's team in having Corey Collymore and Hines as part of their coaches, players who have had practical success and could share that information and knowledge to players.
Well, they have had cricket at the highest level. Hines having played for the West Indies on about 2 occasions, and Corey Collymore, who have had close to 30 test matches.
Yes, and Selman is the new bowler from the Connery Community Centre N, and have not started well. She started with a wide, and wide being signaled by the umpire there from Candice Laborda from Trinidad and Tobago, and the other one standing at square leg is Jacqueline Williams of Jamaica. So all inclusive here at the Connery Cricket Center in all formats. It's the CG Insurance Regional Women Cricket Tournament being played here in St. Kitts. There are matches being played at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground and at the Warner Park International Ground. And here at the Connery Cricket Center, it's Barbados Pride up against Guyana. They are the defending champions, Barbados Pride, and no runs. So after the refreshment cart left the field, Selman is right into the attack, medium pacer, and getting it right so far in terms of her deliveries on a good line and length. Field well set, and the bowlers been bowling to their fielders too, and that shows the preparation that this Barbados Pride has done. You can see it. The keeper now decided to go back, probably Selman a little quicker.
Yes. And I was going to mention how efficient they, almost run out there. The ball was played on into the onside, and an exploratory few steps were taken, and it's a no ball in fact,
So
which could result in a free hit. So free hit is signaled. Like I said, there was an exploratory few steps taken. She was out of her crease. An attempt at the wicket was taken, and of course she got back. But there was a no ball, and this one is a free hit.
Yeah, and I will say about the free hit too, that as much as cricket has evolved over the years, and with great appreciation, I can say that also too, that
Again, a no ball.
so
Another no ball delivered.
well, the batter number 30 is on strike, and
And that's again a free hit. Signaling a free hit once again.
Campbell is on strike, yes. The batter sporting number 50 on the back of her back. A little short of the two. Oh, sorry, 30, number 30 on her back.
30.
Yes, and she is Shimane Campbell. She is not out. 19 of 31 deliveries.
She was when the openers.
And Mentor is 5 of 25 overs outside the off stump. Fielder at deep extra cover. But in the meantime, the batters were able to get a single. Advances the total on to 53-4-3, or for 15,
54.
sorry, 54, pardon me, 54 for 3 after, well, it was a free hit, and with a free hit, it's only one way a batter can be out, and that is run out, which is highly unlikely most of the times in cricket.
It's possible.
Off of a free hit, it is possible, yes, but that is what I was talking about. How much, well, cricket has been designed. It is a batsman game or a batter game, however you put it. So bowlers most of the times don't get the incentive that they deserve.
Yes,
And-
and Victor, like you said some years ago, when someone delivers a maiden in a game of this format, something should happen to the
More
the
so-
batting side
More so in a 2020,
rather than the
I would
than the
like
50
to,
overs.
yeah, I would like to believe in a 2020, if a bowler bowls a maiden, which most persons would think that in a 2020 at least you should be able to get a single somewhere there. So there should be an incentive going to the bowling team for bowling a maiden.
That is
However,
correct.
you're going to work out what the incentive should be. But at the same time, though, maybe in time to come there may be some consideration. But here at the Connery Cricket Center, another
Another wide.
one going down the leg side, and You see, the thing is, there is tram lines, right? And when a bowler is bowling over the wicket, once on any end, once the ball stays within that tram line, it is not considered a wide. But when it just goes down the leg side and it just doesn't touch any part of the batter, it is a wide. So, you know, I think they can start looking at other areas to have some different rules in place in cricket.
Okay, it's now 56 for 3. Selman, this over is not a good one for her, in my view, given the number of wides and no balls she has delivered. In fact, there were 5 runs from the over. Selman, quite nippy, but her first over, in my view, not as well directed as they would have expected. And of course, I welcome back to the microphone our good friend, Mr. Powell. Let me call it Powell.
And good afternoon to you, McCall.
Good afternoon. It's after 11. So
It's good morning.
It's still morning. Still
A
morning,
little
so
bit,
that's okay.
little bit distracted by events outside of this game. Matthew,
That's
and
okay.
this one is down the leg side. Probably will be called and signaled wide if it wasn't touched. It stops just inside the boundary. And now it's called and signaled wide. 59 for 3. Not so good news coming out of the Leewards game. Leewards are 43 for 8, with Joseph just taking a hat-trick. Jamaica are 25 for 4.
Not so good news, actually. Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Well, cheer up anyway. I think in time, everything will level out. So here is Haley Matthew coming from the southern end. He's bowling to Campbell, flicked away to the mid-wicket area for another single. I was saying that singles are few and far between for Guyana, for Team Guyana, and for some strange reason they are more adept at hitting boundaries than they are at taking a single, and that is the hallmark of West Indies cricket within the last few years, if you'd allow me to say so. Here is one that is delivered and struck on the pad, no appeal given, and so all is well that ends well. Haley Matthew of world fame, West Indies fame, the captain of West Indies, captain of Barbados, and she's operating from this end, one that is lined up with centre and leg, played out to short mid-wicket, and of course there is no run in this time.
Mentor is on 6, and Campbell on 21. Mentor on strike. Delivery which is bouncing on the batter and takes on the body. No chance of a run. Projected score is 185. They will do well to get there, Guyana.
The projected score is based on the current run rate up against the number of overs left. Okay.
Played away into the offside. Square brings the fielder who is 3/4 of the way to the cover boundary. They'll get a single. And so Mentor will move on to 7. And it will now be 62 for 3.
The end of that over, 62 for 3, projected 180 plus, you said 185? Would that be a challenge to Barbados, might I ask?
It's cricket.
It's cricket, anything
It's
is
cricket.
possible.
You've seen small totals give big trouble. This Barbados team would be fancying themselves to chase down whatever runs are put on the board by Guyana.
But as they say, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, or uncertain glories in some cases. Gordon continues from the, Selman continues from the far end.
bowling to Mentor. And for this delivery, she's bowled, comprehensively bowled, off stump, knocked out of the ground. She was going back when perhaps she could have been forward. And it smacked into the off stump to bring up wicket number 4 for Barbados.
A delivery that, in my view, kept a bit low. She was expecting a lot more bounce from that one. And she was back, not covering the off stump, of course. And that one got under the bat, or maybe between bat and pad. Of course, the replay will show you that as it is. However, she was bowled off stump, plucked out of the ground by Selman. And of course, that reduces Guyana's chances of that 185 even further.
Good partnership of 30. And they would have been looking to build on that. I gave you the score for the Leewards. And I should tell you as well that some members of the team apparently witnessed an unfortunate, traumatic incident last night, which is affecting some members of the team. And I've spoken to the manager, and I will have to make my way down to Warner Park at some point to be with the Leewards team. See, in the capacity, not just as a commentator, but as vice president of the Leewards board.
Yes, right.
And so I'll want to go and sit with the young ladies. And I've suggested that they might need some counseling. So all of that will be done for the team. We will give them whatever assistance is required.
Sorry to hear.
The new batter is one who I inadvertently told you had batted earlier, is Gashnabi. And for this delivery from Selman, she struck on the pad, loud shout, shouting, and the umpire says yes. Agrees that that is in line, that is LBW, and the umpire took its own time and deliberated, thought about it, and then put the finger up. And so wickets in successive deliveries for Selman. She has picked up a second. Gajnabi has gone for no score, and Guyana slumped further. They're 62 for 5.
Well, that was a fairly good delivery in my view. Again, like I said, I think the ball is keeping low on, at this end. The wicket before that, where the batter was comprehensively beaten and bowled, she was expecting a little more bounce, and she didn't get the bounce expected. And in this case, I don't know if she played over the ball. Of course, the monitor will give you that information. And she was beaten, and LBW. What was a little strange though is that the umpire took quite a while to determine whether that was out or not. Of course, the bowler continued and persisted with her appeal that this one is out, and eventually she gave in.
Well, we saw it on the live stream, and unless there was an edge, which I doubt, that looked as plumb could be.
Well, the umpire was just trying to make sure that I look at this carefully.
So from 62 for 3, we have had 2 quick wickets, and Guyana 62 for 5. In their first game, they folded for 78, and looked at one point as if they were well placed to go past that. We were even showing a projected score of 185. Selman is on a hat-trick, and the second slip has gone in. Grimond is facing, and she's behind it, plays it away in the onside, denies the hat-trick, and so they remain 62 for 5, Guyana.
The batting that you've seen, though, for the ladies, the games past, has not been quite exhilarating within the last. The first set of matches on Monday, and today seems to be a little down, though. Well, not wanting to mention the unfortunate incidents with the Leeward Islands ladies, which this one is up in the air and dropped between 2 fielders, and so a catch could not have been taken, but a single was taken. Selman again creating some discomfort for want of a better word, for the batters, and putting Guyana under immense pressure.
Grimmond opening account with a single, 63 for 5. Campbell is on 21. For this delivery, she's back, getting one down the leg side, and that's wide. So the extra will take the score up to 64. Six fours and 1 6 hit in the inning so far. Current run rate is showing 3.57 and projecting 179. I think that's hopeful. Good delivery. Campbell defends well. Connell has picked up 2 of the 5 wickets to fall. Selman has picked up 2. And 1 going by the run-out route. Weighing over, number 18. Here is a delivery worked into the onside by Connell. It brings up the end of the over. 18 completed. Guyana batting first. They are now 64 for the loss of 5.
One would wish to see Guyana, even from this position, do some consolidation and settling in, work a few singles. I've said before they are more 4 boundaries hit than what they are singles and 2s to go around. And I think for them to recover from here, they need to be a concerted effort to work the ball back and forth for singles and for 1s and 2s that will unsettle the fielders, unsettle the bowlers, and give them some sort of advantage. In my view, that is what is required. And of course, what is plaguing many Caribbean batters around is the ability to hit a 6 and 4 much easier than one would take a single.
Connell has picked up 2 for 16. New bowler. And this one is played away down backward of square for a single. And that's Elliott into the attack. She had a successful first game where she picked up 4. And so she's now bowling from the commentary end. Campbell is on 21. Here is Elliott, well-flighted delivery. And played down on the onside. Full toss, hit in the air. Will it be a catch? It's taken. Another full toss there by Elliott. She bowled quite a few in the game at Warner Park. And this time around, she picked up a wicket. Nothing is wrong with a full toss if it's not put away. And she did pick up the wicket there. Elliott is on the board within the wickets column. And the score, Guyana are slipping again. They're 65 for the loss of 6.
Yes, a full toss from Elliott, in my view. We may want to think that it was a bad delivery. That was not very well taken care of. I think it was asking to be hit, and apparently she top-edged it, and it flew. And a catch was taken, and the batter has been dismissed. The Guyana effort is being affected even further. The 185 that was projected has now, I believe, must be adjusted, given the fall of the wicket.
And especially with the fall of Charmaine Campbell, who was batting well.
She was the mainstay of that innings. And of course, with her dismissal means that score must be projected even further down.
She had made 21 from her 39 deliveries.
But she was the mainstay of the innings.
Yeah, and there are lots of overs to go.
Many, many overs. You're in the 19th over, actually. And one would hope that these 2 batters could consolidate to assist the Guyanese effort.
Here is Elliott once again with the wrist spinners. And it's played into the onside. No chance of a run. And Guyana at one stage was 62 for the loss of 3 wickets. They are now 65 for the loss of 6.
5, 6. Okay. Yes, Eddie was speaking about the nice cooling breeze. I think even if the breeze wasn't blowing, the Barbadians would not feel it. Wouldn't feel the heat.
Played into the onside. The fielder from mid-wicket fields. And there is no run. That's well played. Delivery that was short. And a dead ball signal by the umpire, though. So that won't count. It was ball number 7. And so the umpires recognized it and called early, signaled early that it was a dead ball. At the end of the over, though, we have completed 19 overs, and Guyana, they are 65 for the loss of 6 wickets, and they are finding it difficult to score.
It will be difficult to score given the loss of the more potent batsmen, and especially Campbell, who is the mainstay. And of course, some people would think that, well, we have so many wickets in hand, but that depends on how potent those players are. And of course, if they are not the top order batters, then of course you wouldn't expect many runs from them. Here is Selman playing back to the bowler, and she parries that one away to a fielder. There is no runs. The umpire, of course, thinking it was coming back full-blooded, shift herself to a position where she could see if a run could be affected. Selman bowling from out of the northern end, of course, toward us at the media center.
And Grimmond is on strike. And for this delivery, she's playing it quietly into the offside. No runs. And Barbados, they will be thinking that they have done a good job, though, so far. And yes, they have. Leeward's been bowled out for 59 by the Windwards. And so the Windwards bowled out Guyana for 78. And now the Leewards for 59. Here's a delivery, which is, she's going into her wicket, is Grimmond, trying to play it into the onside. Lobs off the pads, no runs.
So could that be, Carlisle, could that be because of the Windward Island bowlers? I mean, they bowl out.
Well, they will
Guyana.
be fancying themselves because they did bowl out Guyana for 78.
That is correct.
And so they would be saying that their bowling attack is potent. Selman tucks up the batter. They hesitate again. Will there be a chance of a run out? No, the throw does not hit. But the running for Guyana has been questionable. A single, though, to take the score to 66 for the loss of 6.
The fact remains they have not had many opportunities for singles. And so whenever there is one, there's always, it seems always somebody will be run out, as in that case.
Schultz is now on strike. And Selman is bowling at her, and she's behind it. Plays it away into the offside. Onside, really, no runs. Selman has picked up 2 for 9. Wow. And Connell, 2 for 16. Elliott, the other wicket taker, she has picked up 1, and then 1 going by the run-out route. Schultz, getting a short delivery, is behind it, plays it down to mid-wicket. End of the over, 20 completed, Guyana 66 for 6.
All 6s, Carlisle. Bad sign? Yeah. 6 is not my favorite number. Some people speak about whenever 6 and 7 get together, it brings an unlucky number. Okay. So, well, 66 for 6. It shows that Barbados, the Barbadian bowlers have been consistent. They've been very efficient. Apart from one or two lapses, the fielding has been pretty good as well.
Elliott will be bowling from the commentary box end. This one is a full toss, play down to backward square. Fielder comes off the boundary, and the Grimmon will have one to make a total 4. Guyana 67 for 6. Elliott again taken on the full, played down to the fielder charging off the square leg boundary, and another single. So Schultz gets 1 plus the no ball, so that will be 2 to make it 69. 69 for the loss of 6. And so this one will be a free hit. First free hit for the inning.
No, it's not the first.
No, not the first free hit for the inning.
In fact, it's the third.
Yes. Field just dropping back a little bit because the batter's changed. And so it will be Elliott once more. And she's bowling a delivery which is hit flat into the onside. They'll just get a single because it goes down to the fielder coming from the mid-wicket boundary. And the fielder at straightish mid-wicket provided good cover. And so dissuaded them from moving too early. The score goes on to 69 for 6. Shorter delivery again, played down backward of square. But they'll only get a single to take the score on to 70. 70 for 6 Guyana.
You know, one wouldn't want to be hard on Elliott, given she's a risk spinner. Right leggy, it seems, bowling back of the arm.
This one is hit beautifully down to mid-wicket boundary for 4. Given generous flight on the legs again. And here was, that's Schultz, hitting it down to mid-wicket and picking up a 4. And so much needed boundary. Score goes on to 74 for 6.
Yeah, a delivery that was well flighted, of course. It was looped up in the air. It was in line with her pad, so she licked it away to square leg for 4. And so
Actually, Grimmond getting a short delivery, which he's trying to play into the offside. And misses. The keeper takes it, no runs. Elliott is at the top of a mark. And the umpire holds out the restraining arm. And so we're in over number 21. 2 balls left in the over. 1 ball left in the over, actually. So I'm looking at my monitor, and it's showing me 2. Now it comes up and says that there's 1 left. And so the umpires not agreeing on the count, waiting on the scorers. There is 1 ball left. Okay. Now the umpires have been given the message. And here is a delivery which is played into the onside, just forward of square. And they'll get a single to bring up the end of the over and make the score at the end of it 75 for the loss of 6 wickets.
this could be an area where Guyana could start to work things around. The wrist spinner is a little loopy, and we can see areas where they can steal a single here or there, and that has been done within the last 2 overs. In fact, this last over, there were about 3 or 4 singles, which we have not seen in many of the overs prior. What's the score again? 75 for 6, that is, and it's getting close to the score that they made against the Windwards. 75 for 6.
Change of bowling. Matthews it is from the far end, and a dot delivery. Matthews once more. Short delivery, which is played into the onside. There's a fielder at backward square in Connell. And they'll just have a single to take the score to 76 for 6.
Matthew, of course, of West Indian fame, given the captain. She's the captain, quite experienced. And
Here is she once more. Delivery down the leg side, spinning further away, called wide. And that will be run number 76 for Guyana, closing in on the 78 they made in their first game.
badly lined delivery, just about center and going down leg side. That could have been better lined outside off stump.
Here is Matthews once more. Again, pitch just about on leg. She's trying to work it into the onside. No chance of a run. Guyana batting first. In over number 22, they're 77 for 6.
10 wides.
And so the leeward's being bowled out for 59 in 19 overs. And Diva Sexina getting 44 of those 59 runs, and she was left not out. Here is Hayley Matthews once more to bowl to Grimond, who is behind it, and plays it down the track on the onside. No runs again. 77 for 6 Guyana in over number 22.
Is the number 3 for the Leewards. She's the number 3 batter. She did fairly well in St. Paul's as well. I think she made close to 30 in a long innings where it was difficult for her to score because the opposing team, the Jamaicans, were on them. And so Sexina has distinguished herself as a very good batter for the Leewards.
I'm being corrected by my scorers with respect to the batters. My stream is a tad slow. And we're without the services of the scoreboard here at Connery. Elliott bowls a short delivery, angling down the leg side. That's wide. And it looked as if McCall, she missed a run. And instead of stopping, she decided to go through still and bowled a wide. The coaches would not be happy with her. You miss your run, you stop, and you start again.
Yeah, she went through with it, and she didn't deliver well.
Grimond is on strike, and she's fixing the gloves. Would be telling herself that if they can just hang in and bat out the overs, they'll be okay. Here is a delivery which is hit firmly down mid-wicket over the boundary for 6 runs. 4 runs, in fact. And the umpire signaling 4. It was a delivery which was in her legs. And it's actually Schultz on strike. And so the numbers are not good for me today. I'm just not reading them right. So Schultz it is, who is on strike.
That's frozen.
And so the score goes on by 6 to 83. 82? 82. This is now run number 83. And so I'm going to have to make sure that my computer is up to speed. Here is Elliott, delivery which is short and well played, challenging the fielder down at backward square. They'll get a single, and that will now be run number 83 for Guyana. 84, in fact, for Guyana. So, Elliott again. 4 wickets in the first game. This one is hit in the air and hit well. Down to the fielder coming off the long on boundary. And that's run number 85 now for Guyana. And The batters, we see Schultz. Schultz is on 13, and Grimond is on 6. And it's Grimond taking strike. As the umpire looks at a colleague at square leg, holds up 2 fingers, and that suggests that there are 2 deliveries left in the over. Here is Elliott, a delivery, which is played into the onside. And in fact, it's
So that's the end of the over.
end of the over. And so Barbados, they're in the field. They have taken 6 wickets. Guyana are 85 for the loss of 6. And Grimond is on 6 and Schultz is on 13. So very nice sunny day here at Connery. Bit of a breeze as the captain, Haley Matthews, is bowling from the far end. And this delivery is hit back in the air, but landing just short of Matthews. Bit of excitement there, but it fell just short of her. Matthews has not been among the wickets so far. Would be looking to get there for this delivery. Flatter, faster, worked into the onside. And they'll get a single and chase back for the second run because the fielder had to get off the boundary. And that's good running. And so they have picked up 2. And the score goes on now to 87 for 6. We're in over number 24. Sixth wicket fell with the score on 65. So these 2 have quietly added 22. They will want to add much more. Batters, she had to slide in, so she's probably a little bit winded. And that's Schultz. She's not calling for assistance from the pavilion, so she's just taking her time to get herself ready. Now there is somebody coming onto the field, one of the players, the reserve players, and they're giving some attention to Captain Matthews. But all seems to be well now. And so Matthews will be bowling to Schultz, who is on 15. 15 from 17. And for this delivery, she's going back, turns it down to backward square. Long leg really, very well played, and it goes across the boundary for 4. She knew that the fielder in the deep was at backward square leg. And so she went inside of a crease, using the whole depth of the crease, and turned it nicely down to long leg and picking up a boundary. That takes her on to 19, and they score to 91 for 6. Good boundary, Victor.
Yeah, good boundary indeed, and well, it is a boundary too, and this partnership could be of uttermost importance for Guyana. Really, they need to really, if they can, Carlisle bat out the overs. That would be very important than to be all out.
Sorry. Here is Matthews bringing shots forward. Plays it up on the offside of the track for extra cover. No runs. So Barbados picked up a win in the first game. And here is a delivery which is playing a naughty shot at. Going inside of a crease and looking to play it away on the onside. Probably struck outside the off stump. And no chance of a run.
That looks like Grimond. Number 3 is Grimond, right? Grimond, yeah, on strike.
Well, the cursor on my computer is saying Schultz.
Yeah,
And so
that's
that
all
will
right.
have to change.
Okay, but it's
So
Grimond and
It's
strike.
actually Grimond in strike. And for this delivery, it's teasingly flighted by Matthews. And there is no chance of a run. End of the over, though. And so the partnership continues for these 2. And at the end of the over, it's 91 for the loss of 6. These 2 came together with the score on 65. And so as we pause for a drinks break, Guyana 91 for the loss of 6 wickets. And they will be telling themselves, if only they can bat deep into the overs, they can add some more runs.
Yes, and if they can bat the remaining overs even more so, that will be even more vital for their cause to put a total that they can present, that they can defend when they go to bowl. But Barbados Pride, after after winning the toss and deciding to field first, at this particular moment, I would like to believe that Barbados Pride are pleased with their performance so far after inserting Guyana to bat here at the Connery Cricket Center. Well, for our listeners who might just be joining the streaming and the broadcast, we can tell you that you're not missing any cricket at the moment. The players are refreshing themselves here at the Connery Cricket Center, and it is very hot out in the middle, but the this ground is more so one of the grounds here in St. Kitts that is more open, not surrounded by a lot of houses. So there is still that nice, pleasant breeze coming across the ground that will keep the players sturdy. But they are all refreshing themselves now. And what will be a total that they can feel comfortable with, that's Guyana, that they can defend, is still left to be seen. But Carlisle, what I think is more important for Guyana is that they bat out the remaining overs and not be bowled out, and then whatsoever total they get, go out there and try and defend it.
You have to be patient as a batter. Whether you're male or female, there are lots of overs left in the game. And there is no point in gifting the wickets away and then leaving overs on the board. We saw Trinidad and Tobago in the first game that we did, Victor. They left 6 overs and some balls on the board and fell short, certainly, because Barbados made light work of the total.
Yes.
And here you see the score. We're, 91 for the loss of 6? And we have a lot of overs left in the game.
Yes, and I think even when or before matches or games begin, and you know it's 50 overs, as this series, the CG Insurance Women Regional Series, is held here in St. Kitts. Matches being played at St. Paul's Recreation Ground and at Warner Park and here at Connery Cricket Center. It is very important for, as you quite rightly said there, Carlisle, which I agree with, that both male and female, you should work out, before a ball is bowled, 300 legal deliveries must be bowled. And you'll get your bonuses with free hits and wides and so forth. So the important thing is to bear in mind that it is a lot of legal deliveries to be bowled once there is no weather interruptions, and how important it is to go deep. But the players have dispersing now, but Carlisle will also bring our viewers up to date as to what has transpired so far in this encounter between Guyana and Barbados Pride here at the Connery Cricket Center.
Campbell was out caught by Scantlebury of Cornell for 11 at 24 for 1, which became 26 for 2. When Mangro was bowled and caught by Cornell for 5. 30 for 3 when Madamuto was run out for 1. And then 62 for 4 when Mentor was bowled by Selman for 7. Gash Nabi was LBW to Selman for no score, 62 for 5. And then Campbell was out caught off the bowling of Elliott for 21, 65 for 6. Connell is coming back into the attack. And she's getting a short delivery, which is guided down to third man and beats the fielder chasing around to her left. And so that's 4 runs. And that 4 runs goes to Schultz. And it's now 95 for the loss of 6, Guyana.
Yes, and 4 earned runs, and all fashions and all forms now Guyana would need the runs, however they can come to set a total that they would think can be very challengeable for Barbados.
Schultz on 10 is facing Connell and goes back nicely, plays it into the offside, brings the fielder from backward point. No runs.
Well, the thing is here for Guyana that these two have an opportunity to consolidate and try and build a partnership, or even try to bat out the remaining overs.
Here is Connell, a delivery which is outside the off stump. And Schultz is just leaving it alone, goes straight for the keeper to take. She remains on 10 from 18. Grimond is on 19 from 21. And these two have taken the score from 65 for 6. They are now 95 for the loss of 6 wickets. Connell is bowling a delivery outside the off stump, which is stayed down to backward point, and no run. Connell with 2 wickets to her name. And for this delivery, it's defended nicely. 95 for 6 Guyana. We're in over number 25. Lost 6 wickets, but they're still scoring at 3.3 and over. Connell once more. And for this delivery, Schultz is defending into the offside, brings up the end of the over. And 4 runs coming from that over. Guyana 95 for 6 after 25. We're halfway there.
Yes, and Schultz looks a good player. She is calculating of making the right shot selections. And this partnership between these two is a very good one and very vital, very much necessary also too in this situation. And if they can go as deep as possible, even more better from a Guyana point of view, but Barbados Pride would be looking to break this partnership and make further inroads and try to skittle them out under the 150. But indeed, Carlisle, this is a very valuable, and once they can bat out the overs, as we say, it is even more important so from that point of view.
Definitely. 25 gone, another 25 to go. Change of bowling from the far end. Gordon is back into the attack. And this short delivery is played into the offside, down to third man, and there'll just be a single. And that single will take the score on now to 96 for 6.
Wow. Guyana can feel a lot much more, at least at this particular moment, revived to the sense whereby getting closer to the 100 in their first encounter against the Windies right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. They did not do too well, but good partnership developing between these two. Played quietly and no run. So once these two who are in, and they have been there for a few overs in this middle part of this encounter, we have already passed the halfway stage. And these two will know that so many more overs to be bowled that they need to just keep taking the 1s and 2s, and when the odd boundaries or loose deliveries present themselves, if they do, to capitalize on those. So from a Guyana point of view, they would hope that these two can go very, very close to the 50 overs.
Schultz is on 10, and the Grimond is on 20. Good tight over so far, Victor. No chance of runs being scored. She's been straight.
Well, you know who is bowling.
And just back of the length.
And who is bowling?
And that's Gordon.
Gordon.
And she picked up wickets in the first game, so she'll be confident.
Yeah, 4 for 36 actually against Trinidad and Tobago at Water Park where we were. And this Barbados Pride team, though, you can see that the captain for the team, if we reflect even from the first encounter, there is not much adjustments like when a particular bowler is on, you see fielders actually going into the particular positions. So you can see that has been orchestrated by the coaches, and the bowlers know well when so-and-so like Allison is on now, and you can see the fielders going right into the positions from the time she gets the ball. Also Connell, all the bowlers in particular. So that has been very good preparation and executing it out onto the field of play.
96 for 6 in over number 26. Guyana batting. Gordon is bringing the batter forward. Looks for a single. It's going straight down to mid-on though, and so she has to hurry back into her crease. End of a maiden over. And not a maiden, in fact, a run from the first ball. And so 96 it is for 6. 26 overs completed.
Yeah, and that's the thing. With 24 more overs to be bowled, well, you know, even though 6 wickets is down, and these two who have a partnership going, and just having had a mid-pitch conversation, no doubt that conversation should be about no indiscretions. Let's take the ones and the twos. If the loose deliveries present themselves, let's try and make proper use of the loose deliveries. But Connell will have other ideas in trying now to see if she can break this partnership here for Barbados Pride.
With Grimond on strike, and she's getting a short delivery, and plays it nicely down to straightish mid-wicket, no runs.
I'm wondering for a while, Carlisle, what total Guyana might figure that they can feel comfortable challenging Barbados Pride. But on the other hand, at this particular moment, what is more important on their behalf, in my view, is to bat out the overs.
Short delivery, and it signaled 1 for the over. She was getting into her wicket, was Grimond trying to play it down to mid-wicket and missed it completely.
And Carlisle, that's how much the game has evolved also too. In my time when I played, any bowler could have, or fast bowler could have bowled any amount of bounces, but no, it's even gone stronger into the batting column or favor, where you know that, I mean, a bowler can still, even though it's by rule that you can only bowl one, some bowlers will still bowl 1 or 2, and whatever the consequences that they will be, they still go through with it. But, and that is why I refrain from making comparisons with a broad brush angle instead of the time frames that players play and so forth. So that is how I prefer to analyze players, because it could be very unfair for a player who, like in our day, like say like Alvin Kalicharan of Guyana, who we know was a very good batsman. When he had to face fast bowlers that he could expect 4 in an over, but now by law it is 1. So that is how much the game has evolved. But here, Barbados Pride though, and we can see they're making the adjustments in their field placings.
Yeah, the slip comes out and goes to mid-wicket. Connell to bowl to Grimond, who is sitting this one in the air, into the offside, down to cover. They're through safely for a single. She'll get run number 21. And the score will move on to 97 for 6.
And it's an interesting partnership developing here, and very important one too, because lots of legal deliveries still to be bowled, but just 4 wickets are in hand.
Partnership is 32, which equals the highest partnership for the innings so far. Connell it is, as the slip goes back in for Schultz. And for this delivery, it's again short, banged in short, and just left alone to go through for the end of the over. We have completed 27, and Guyana batting first 97 for 6, with Schultz on 10, and Grimond is on 21.
Yes, and really a very valuable and important partnership here between these two, and they will need to continue for Guyana if they would place themselves in a position to challenge the Barbados Pride, the defending champions of the CG Insurance Women Regional Cricket Tournament being held here in St. Kitts. Just to remind those of you that you can also go to St. Paul's Recreation Ground and to Warner Park International Ground and come to the Connery Cricket Centre.
21 extras in the innings so far. And that goes with a high score of 21 as well. Gordon bowls the delivery, which is driven down to mid-off, no runs. So 21 extras, 21 made by Campbell, and 21 to Grimond. That's the highest score of the inning.
Yes, and also 21s followed each other. What a coincidence.
Gordon bowls the delivery, which is short, and she's going back into her crease and playing this one delightfully down to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. Brings up the 100 for Guyana, and that's a good shot as well, Victor.
Yes, and a good way to bring up the 100 into the deep extra cover area. And these two would know. And once they're thinking the game properly, they would know that from a Guyana here on in, there is no need for any indiscretions now between these two. Just wait for the bad deliveries. There was a loud appeal for caught at the wicket, but the umpire is not interested. And once, if these two even bat out the remaining overs, this would be an interesting score whatsoever they may get to, because they are really batting good together.
25 is Grimond, and there was a loud shout for a catch at the wicket that time. The umpire was not interested and signaled not out. And so the score remains on 101 for 6, weighing over number 28. Here is Gordon again. She's coming forward and given out LBW. Coming forward, looking to play this one into the onside. Struck on the pad. The fielders went up. The umpire's finger went up. And so there goes Grimond for 25. And Guyana, they have lost wicket number 7. 101 for the loss of 7.
Yes, and the partnership has been broken, and no doubt Barbados pride, they would be feeling much more comfortable now, or confident that they can restrict this Guyana team on the 150, and they would no doubt believe that they can go in there and get those runs. But that is still yet far away. But that was a very valuable partnership between the two. Well, it has been broken now, and the 7th wicket going down. But Guyana, at least, they have surpassed or done better thus far than they did in their first encounter.
Absolutely. They made only 78 against the Windwards. And what's key here as well, that Grimond was the one who seemed to be willing to flex her muscles. And she played, especially in the mid-wicket region, really, really well. Cleared the boundary on one occasion and challenged the boundary on a couple of occasions. So she has gone back for 25. That's the highest score for Guyana for the innings so far. But they are 101 for 7. And more importantly, they still have a lot of overs left in the game. We're in over number 28 of 50.
Yes, and also too, that no doubt will be one noted for the coaches, that teams getting bowled out with overs to spare, they no doubt, Carlisle, will work on those areas going forward, because that high percentage of legal deliveries which left not to be bowled, that too can decide the outcome of matches.
New batter is Monisar, has played a delivery so far from Gordon. And for this delivery, she is solidly in line, looking good, defending well. Brings up the end of the over, 101 for 7, 28 overs gone. Monisar is yet to score. Schultz is on 10.
Yes, and Candice Laborda of Trinidad, she says that's the end of the over. The other presiding umpire is Jacqueline Williams of Jamaica. So all inclusive here at the Connery Cricket Center. And the the bowling change. So William McCall will rejoin me here as Carlisle take a very valuable break also too. And we are really working good today. And throughout the tournament, all the commentary team is going to be working together. But William, welcome back. What projected total now you would tell our listeners you think that Guyana will get to?
Well, as it was when I came the last time, it was 185. That is still on the cards. That is still on the cards.
Well, you see, I and also too, and
That is
It's a
the one.
possibility because this is the game of glorious uncertainties.
Glorious
and that this could be one of the uncertainties that exist.
This is Selman. That's our new
Yes,
bowler.
Yes,
New
Selma.
bowler on this side.
Yeah.
She's already had one delivery, and of course she bowls, and this one is played out in the onside.
Yeah, I think
No eventuality, and of course the Barbadians feel like they have a great opportunity now to bowl out the Guyanese. That is possible. Of course, the Guyanese batters would want to bat as many overs as possible, hence making as many runs as is possible.
Well, Selman, who has 2 wickets for 9 runs, she has been reintroduced from the media end where we are giving our deliberations. So you can see that the Barbados Pride team, William, they went out with a plan. And we have not seen a lot of interchanging in the field.
That's right.
So we have seen a lot of top class professionalism here from Barbados Pride in terms of when a bowler is on, everybody falls into their various
They
positions.
seem to be well organized, and this one is played to short extra cover or just a cover area from a short delivery from Selman, punched out, but not being able to penetrate that field on the offside, and there is no run, so there is no eventuality. The Barbados team seems quite well drilled in terms of field placing. Here is Selman once again in, ball played on the onside, again no eventuality. They seem to be very well drilled, and you made the point earlier, Victor, that when you have people who have the practical experience,
Practical success story.
practical success stories, you, for some reason the young people and the teams would respond to them much better than a person like me who doesn't have the experience,
Well,
or not renowned for that sort of thing.
Well, not that you would be saying, not that because you did not have a practical experience, you're not knowledgeable of the game and
That
know
is
what to suggest and
But
so
it's the
forth. We're not
response
saying
of the
that.
team, the response to you.
Yeah, but when, say for instance, and I because I had loved Malcolm Marshall so much, the late Malcolm, I always make references about him and so forth and thing. And you know, you just have to share your information and your knowledge, what can make you successful and so forth. One of the things that assisted me when more so as a batsman, any particular bowler who came on to bowl to me, William,
Yes.
I always looked at where they place most of the fielders, because if you're placing most of the fielders for Victor Eddy as a right-handed batsman, then you're actually indicating to me that the bowler is going to bowl just on about off stump or so forth.
So
that
you'll
was
take
a-
your cue from that.
That was an
Yeah.
assistance in that sense, but it didn't always pay off.
Okay. We saw the end of the 28th over, Victor, the 29th, I beg your pardon, and we see the beginning now of the 30th over from the southern end, and this one is Elliott, played neatly and quietly out on the onside, no eventuality. Ringing the changes is Haley Matthew.
Yes.
Just changing up the bowlers now and again because she see the opportunity. She realized that Guyana is on the back foot and could be bowled out at any time.
And she's a fully experienced cricketer and very knowledgeable of the game, and really demonstrating her experiences and bringing it here to the Barbados Pride. But Elliott, as the right arm wrist-spin and googly bowler, William, that is the more difficult of the art of spinners to control, because he also bowls the googly and the leg break. So it takes a lot of practice. But Elliott has been doing it well here again. She did it well too against Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park. Another run added to the total though, and every run for Guyana here on in is of uttermost value. But still, it would be good if they can bat out the overs, because that would mean then that they will get a total that they feel or figure that they can defend. Short delivery down the leg side being swung into the mid-wicket area, and they get a single. So the total advances now to what, 105? My score is? 105. And here I know my Agard and
Pull away,
Hendrickson,
Victor,
Lady
pull away
Hendrickson.
for 4. That was a full toss there from Elliott, and that one was swatted away on the onside by the batter for 4 runs. And of course, you mentioned earlier about the difficulty to control the wrist spinner. Once you see the wrist spinner doesn't pitch well, there's always opportunity for scoring, but it's a very difficult art. It's a very difficult art.
Well, it takes a lot of practice, and even more so than any other spinner, because of coming from your back of the hand, whether you're right or left arm. But she has been doing it well, and no doubt has done her homework. And nothing can beat practice, because when you practice consistently and coming into a match, and you see the opportunities that present themselves in the match, then you will have even more confidence. But overs ticking away, I think that might be what, the 20,
The 30th over.
the 30th over?
The end of the 30th.
The end
over,
of the
actually.
30th over. So, and you see, William, 20 overs still remaining, but how many wickets are down?
Well, 7.
7, 3 wickets in hand.
Yeah, that's
If
and
they and in 20 overs, you can get, say, even if you get
2 runs
3
over.
or 2 runs, let's put it at that
like so
minimum.
40 or 45 runs.
You know, that is a bonus. But so it is very important not to be bowled out. But we can tell our listeners who might just be joining us now here at the Connery Cricket Centre, it is the defending champions Barbados Pride up against Guyana. Barbados, they won the toss this morning, and they decided that they would feel, and I would still like to believe up to now, they would feel that they made the right decision by asking Guyana to bat first. What is your view, Will?
I think so, given the score as it is. Salman is back into the attack, Victor, and she's bowling the second ball of the 31st over. This one is down leg side. It's a wide, and called by the umpire. A wide. Normally, whenever I want to indicate a wide on my little paper here, I put a plus differently, so I can tell you how many wides were bowled in the entire innings.
Well,
So Salman, a little off line there for a moment. Normally pretty steady, and one with immense experience at the West Indies level. Salman runs away again, and she's bowling a ball just about center and leg, played out on the onside, again quietly. And to play out the overs, you must accumulate some dot balls.
Yes, well, and also too, in playing out the overs, you would realize that it even adds more relevance to your total, because when you can reflect, if 10 overs remain and you were bowled out with 10 overs still to go, how many more runs you could have gotten
Yeah.
in 10 overs?
That
But
is correct.
all that is to take into consideration. You have to occupy the crease. And here is Cornell back into the attack and really having a good series. Oh, no, sorry, pardon me, that's Selman from this end coming into the attack. Cornell is taller than Selman, so I should have known better than that.
In fact, she's right before you.
Well, 110 the total, 7 wickets down. This is the 31st over being bowled by Selman. The batter looking to get some more runs.
I am told, Victor, that the Jamaicans have won 13 championships at this level. And it means that we in the Leewards were far behind. We were not part of that setup years ago. And I am happy now that it's an all-inclusive situation where everybody, Leewards, Windwards, and everybody has become part of the female part of the West Indies cricket.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to be more appropriate and proper organization. Also, too, of all the teams, all the women teams in this CG Insurance Women's Tournament 2023 going forward, for the standard to rise and improve and be more competitive, all the teams have to be better prepared, and then we will also get a better tournament. Not saying that this tournament would not be a good one, but we can see from scores. But here is a
Victor,
nice.
Go ahead.
a nice boundary for Guyana and a welcome one, and the batter making good use of it, bisecting two fielders and into the point boundary for 4. So 110. And once these two,
113
once
now,
once
Victor.
113. Okay, once these two can continue batting without any indiscretions and waiting for the loose deliveries like that one presented itself, and they earn 4 runs, so too they can think about, as you have been elaborating, to look for every available run from here on in now. And one of the worst things that can happen to Guyana is for anyone to get run out in these circumstances. But just exploring all the possibilities that exist in the game.
Certainly.
But from a Guyana point of view, though, I will hope that it would not be. But the total stands at what? 114 for 7?
114 for 7 matches.
Yeah, and we're into number 32 over coming up now. Haley Matthew in the this
Over
is
number 33 is
33. Okay, and
no, number 32 has been bowled
okay,
by Haley Matthew.
32. So that's the first delivery, no run. So a lot of times, no doubt, upon reflection after matches, teams will sit down and realize where they have to make the necessary improvements and what they will have to avoid, what they'll have to do going forward. And it's also very much so, as much as it is competitive, it's a learning process too in areas, because match after match you will continue to recognize, all teams that is, where they have areas to improve. But Haley Matthews is continuing the attack. 114. The total is Guyana for 7. And these two look like they're making a concerted effort to stay out there and bat out the remaining overs.
Would we be able to see a Leeward Islands tournament female? Is it?
Well, I
Like
think
that, was it
all that possibly is in the making and for the future, and with proper organization, yes, it can happen.
Victor,
And
maybe
it will.
maybe I'm asking the wrong person.
No,
Whenever
no,
I-
you're not.
Whenever our vice president is back on with us, remember we have him today, I would be kind enough.
He is the president
I
of
would-
the Navy's Cricket Association,
Yes,
please, for
and
your
he-
correction.
He's the president of the Navy's Association.
Yes.
He's also the vice president of the Leeward Islands Association.
Well, I
Right. So
I-
whenever I catch him again
Well-
on this position, I would pose that question. Oh, that's a good hit. In fact, she's out. A catch, a ball well looped up by Haley Matthew. She was going to go over the top, apparently not making proper contact, and it went to a short mid-off position, and she was caught. That's the fall of the 8th wicket. Victor.
Yes, another wicket going down, the 8th wicket, and 114. But yes, that's a very valuable point, and he is the appropriate man to have the conversation with. But I know that will happen in the future, and with in a timely way too, before proceeding into tournaments like this. So all the different teams in the leewards and the windwards would have enough time to get their tournaments in order before they actually come to tournaments of this status. But the West Indies have been one of the latter nations joining international women cricket. So on that part, we still have a far way to go, but we have to start from the grassroots area, whereby you play your inter-island women cricket, and then you select your island team, and so forth and so on.
Yes.
So,
the inter-island cricket would serve to have Leewards a much stronger team than they do have.
Well, and
Hoping, of course, we are speaking thus, hoping that we have a few talents in the bag that we want to unleash. And so a Leeward Islands tournament in terms of the ladies, I don't know if there was one played, but like I'm saying, I'm going to ask that question to the Honorable Vice President of the Leeward Association whenever we are on air again. And it's important for us to know, what are the plans upcoming.
well, that's going to be an interesting conversation, and no doubt knowing Carlisle Powell, you wouldn't catch him flat-footed for certain.
Oh, certainly not.
No, you would not catch him flat-footed. And once you catch the batsman flat-footed, well, you have an opportunity of dismissing him. But at the same time, though, the action is here at the Connery Cricket Centre. For those of you who might just be joining us, we say a pleasant good afternoon to you. 114, it is the total. 8 wickets are down. Guyana batting first after being inserted by Barbados Pride after winning the toss. But Elliott, the right-arm wrist spinner, she is now bowling from the media end, and a no ball signal right away. So a free hit is going to be in process. This is going to be a bonus for Guyana. Can they make use of their bonus, which I consider as a free hit? We'll have to wait and see, because there again, it's all in the batsman's favor. Only one way a batter can be out off of a free hit, and is by run out, which is very, very rare. Here is Elliott bowling, and one struck down to mid-on. Here is the opportunity for the run out, but almost presented itself. Have you ever seen or heard of that happening in any form of cricket match, whether it's male or female, whereby someone gets run out off of a free hit?
No, I've not seen that.
Is anybody in the booth ever?
Neither have I heard that.
Heard that or seen
No,
that? You have seen it? Where? You can speak. That's all right. I give you the permission, please.
The only
My technician.
The only way you can
Our
out during-
technician. Sorry.
The only way you can get out during a
free hit.
a free hit
It's run
is
out.
run out. That's right.
And how often would your run out come? Man, they need to say put it even to a cart. Which more likely? Because a batsman
this
off of
ball
a
was-
free hit gonna try to hit a 6 or a 4. Man, a run out is too harsh, I think. Makal. I mean, come on, man. The game has evolved. It's time to start giving something to bowlers, man. Come on. But we
Okay,
can't do it. We can't do it. We can
saw
show
Elliott-
obvious.
We saw Elliott bowling a short delivery, swung away down to
Ah.
backward square, and of course there was
More runs again.
Yes, they had 2 runs a while ago. Now there is a possibility of another 2. In fact, they have taken 1. So the score moves on to 117, about 118 now it is.
Yeah, well,
For
118 it is for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah,
So
and,
Guyana, at least from their last game, they would feel at least there have been some improvement in the total. We're not, and the thing is about it, and another run, so 119 probably, or 118.
118.
But anyway, 119, yes, 119 it is for 8. So at least Guyana would feel some level of satisfaction, even though it is not enough, at least from the game that they lost where they were bowled out under 100. But here they against the defending champions and getting over 100. And another run to their total, which advances on to 120 now for the loss of 8. That has completed Elliott's over. So Barbados Pride, after winning the toss and inserting Guyana, 118 for 8. And I believe that they would be pleased by inserting Guyana because they're not up to the 150. 2 wickets are still in hand. That is a possibility. And if they can get there, then we can say that they have something to challenge Barbados Pride with. But that is pure speculation on my behalf.
Well, Barbados, in my view, have this game well under control in the sense that the Guyanese were not allowed to get away with anything at all. Tried as they might, they got nothing from the Barbadians that gave them the advantage. There was one fielding lapse that they had, and in my view, outside of that one fielding lapse, the Barbadians have kept things very tight and making sure, of course, that things didn't run away. Haley Matthew is now bowling the 34th over as we speak, the captain, bowling the 34th over. It's 120 as we speak for 8 wickets, and the Barbadians are fancying themselves to bowl out this Guyana's team for before 50 overs. Here was one. Oh, there's a problem with a run out. Oh no, there isn't. Let me welcome back Carlisle Powell to the microphone, and of course I'm hoping that he would have something for us when I ask him the question I have to ask. So,
Absol-
Carl, welcome back, sir.
Thank you very much. Haley Matthews is bowling to Schultz. And for this delivery, she's in line, plays it down to mid-on, no chance of a run. Just got some sad news that Thelston R.O. Payne has died at the age of 66.
Oh, my word. I'm so sorry.
Here is a delivery which is coming forward to trying to work it in the onside, comes from the pad, and there is no chance of a run. Payne played one test match for the West Indies, but he played over 50 first-class matches for Barbados. And Victor Eddy played against him. Probably made 100 against the combine when Victor played as well.
Yes, indeed. And my extended condolences to his immediate family and the cricket fraternity in Barbados and the West Indies. And Telson Payne, yes, I had fond memories of playing against him and with him because he was on the tour of Zimbabwe 1983 when a West Indian B team went down to Zimbabwe, where I was the vice captain of that team. Timo Mohammed of Guyana, he was the captain, and Telson Payne was a part of that. So my extended condolences to the cricket fraternity of Barbados and his immediate family. This is Victor Eddy wishing you all the very best in this time of losing a good human being, a good cricketer, a good sportsman, and someone who was loved by the cricket fraternity throughout the region or wherever he played.
As we see Schultz gifting her wicket, just coming forward and hitting it eerily to the fielder at mid-off. And so Guyana, they are now 9 wickets down for 121. And the new batter has come to the crease. That's number Latchman, it's number 26. And she's in line, plays it away on the onside. No chance of a run. Wondering if Schultz just got a little bit frustrated because earlier in the over she set off for what she thought would have been one. And her batting partner Millington said no. And she had to scramble back into her crease and then gifted a wicket away. 121 for 9. But the fact is that there are 16 overs left and only 1 wicket left in the bag, Guyana. So they might be gifting Barbados an advantage of overs not batted.
Yeah, Schultz might have been frustrated by that incident, really, because she ran down and, in my view, almost got herself run out as a result. And that could have impacted, on her thinking at that time. Elliott is now taking the attack from the pavilion.
And for this delivery, he's pitched just about middle and leg, brings the batter forward, no runs. So again, we extend our condolences to the entire cricket fraternity in Barbados and by extension the West Indies. Millington plays it out into the offside and there is no run. So Elliott picked up 4 wickets in the first game. She's picked up 1 so far. Gordon picked up 4 in the first game and has picked up 1 so far. Matthew is on the wickets sheet, as this one is given generous flight and the batsman just taking her eyes off the ball, just looking to hit down to mid-wicket, and it knocked the off stump back. And so Elliott has picked up a 2nd wicket. Guyana are all out for 121 as Millington was bowled for 2. And we're in the 35th over. And so a lot of overs left on the cards. And because the inning was completed so early, McCall, I think that we're going to see some Barbados batting before the lunch break.
Yes, that's a lot of overs to be giving up. In terms of a game like this, I feel like the Guyanese did not apply themselves well enough. There were some mistakes made by the Barbadians which they did not capitalize on. Like, for instance, Elliott bowled a number of deliveries that could have been struck for 6 and so on, but instead one of them got a wicket. And so therefore they did not capitalize on the weaknesses presented by Barbados in the few overs that they faced. And in my view, the Guyanese simply fell short by not occupying the crease, not working the singles often enough. And as a result of that, they have practically, in some cases, gifted their wickets and not capitalizing on some of the things that Barbados did not do well.
Well, I'll run through the scorecard for you as soon as I get it posted. But I'll just tell you that the batsman left not out was Latchman for no score. And then the rest of that I can give to you. Campbell was out caught by Scantlebury of Connell for 11 at 24 for 1. Mangro was out bowled and caught Connell for 5, 26 for 2, which became 30 for 3 when Madamuto was run out for 1. Mentor was bowled by Selman for 7 at 62 for 4. Gash Nabi was LBW to Selman for no score at 62 for 5. Campbell was out caught off Elliott for 21, 65 for 6. Grimmond, LBW off Gordon for 25, which was 101 for 7. Munisar caught by Matthew for 5. Caught off Matthew for 5, 114 for 8. Schultz caught off Matthew for 20, 121 for 9. Millington was bowled by Elliott for no score, and that was 121 for 10. And so all the wickets done. Millington, correction, made 2, 121 for the loss of all 10 wickets, 24 extras, 34 overs and 3 balls bowled. And so that was the end of the inning there by Guyana, who flattered to deceive McCall. At one point, they looked as if they were recovering nicely. After being 30 for 3, they ended up being 62 for 3 before the 4th wicket fell, and the partnerships were not really outstanding for Guyana in this game.
Yeah, like I said, they didn't capitalize on a couple of bowlers that seemed not too. Let me point out one. Elliott, when she started, bowled a series of full tosses, and one of them got a wicket because the batter sought to hoik her out of the ground and top edged, and was caught down on the deep long leg boundary. And the several other batsmen trying to go after the bowling was not proficient enough in executing their strokes and were out. And of course, Guyana did not, in my view, do as they ought to have done, was capitalize on the weaknesses because they were bowlers that were not strong. Bruce, in my view, was a bit wayward. At the beginning, she was wayward, and it's after she had bowled her 3rd over or so, then she settled into a nice little rhythm. But when she was bowling with Selman, it was chalk and cheese. Selman was quick and bouncy and doing everything well, but she was not as direct. She was not as tight as Selman was. They did not capitalize on that either. And so therefore Guyana, in my view, faltered badly. So Carlisle, there was a question that we were supposed to have asked about the plans for Leeward Islands and the development of the women's sector of the game. Has there been a tournament regarding the ladies?
Well, we did in fact have a tournament just before this one.
Okay.
They only had teams from Antigua and Barbuda, Nevis, and St. Kitts. But we did in fact have a tournament. The 50-over version of the tournament was won by Nevis, and the 20-over version was won by Antigua and Barbuda.
Okay.
So we did have an abbreviated tournament, and sadly, with just those 3 teams, you just play each other once, so you have 2 matches. And then you did the same again in the 20-over. And it happened, which left just about a week for the Leeward's team to prepare and get ready for this tournament.
Okay, so there would be plans for an expansion, like we have Montserrat and Anguilla and all the other teams. Have they been consulted? Would
Well,
there be any?
listen, it is the duty of all of the constituent members of the Leewards to participate in all of the various tournaments. Whether it is the female version of the tournament or the male version of the tournament. But what we have seen is that there are some member countries who do not participate. And you notice that when we had the male tournament earlier this year, that you didn't have any participation from the Virgin Islands, neither
Correct,
US
correct.
nor British Virgin Islands. And so you want to see teams coming out of those places. You also want to see teams playing the entire tournament. You know that St. Martin returned early.
That's right.
And Anguilla as well had to play St. Martin in St. Martin since they returned early. There was participation from Antigua, Barbuda, Nevis, St. Kitts, Montserrat, St. Martin, Anguilla. No participation again from the US Virgin Islands or the British Virgin Islands. And then you also want to see full participation at the under 19 level, at the under 17 level, at the under 15 level, so that that is the only way that you will see new talent and you will develop the game.
But let me ask a question, though, Carlisle. The male section of the tournament, there seemed to have been no conclusion. I mean, I don't understand what's the point behind it. Everybody didn't play everybody,
That is correct.
and why was that curtailed in that area, in that way?
Participation, funding.
Oh,
I mean, the tournament was not sponsored. And so these tournaments cost a lot of money. It costs Nevis over 50,000 to participate in the male version of the tournament.
50,000.
Over $50,000. And we are not an island where you have sponsorship of the national team, nor do you have funds coming in from, like some countries have funds coming from the lottery.
That's right.
And so on.
That's right.
And they get paid for hosting international matches and so on. We're not that fortunate.
Okay. So, so the male section was curtailed as a result of no funding. With regard to the ladies, though, would there be, or have you sought to try to include those members that were not present this year in terms of the ladies?
Well, that's the job of all of us at the Leewards board. And the board is slated to meet next week. And I'm sure that will form part of the discussions.
Yeah, okay.
I neglected to give the bowling figures. Connell, 2 for 38 from 8. Bruce, none for 16 from 3. Gordon, 1 for 11 from 6. Elliot, 2 for 30 from 5 overs and 3 balls. Selman, 2 for 16 from 5. And the captain, Haley Matthew, picking up 2 for 25 from 7 overs. What I can say again, looking at this, that Gordon continued to be tight. She doesn't have a great deal of pace, but she was accurate, she was tight, and she was impressive and picked up 1 for 11 from her 6 overs. Elliot picked up to go with a 4, which she got in the first game. But again, she provided some deliveries which were full toss and which the batters didn't make good use of. But it is good to see that she continues to fly it, continues to loop it, and continue to entice the batsmen into what proved to be foul shots to provide their downfall. Connell has a bit of pace. She was mostly back of a length and picked up 2 for 38. She didn't get a wicket in the first game. Bruce continues to struggle, Victor.
Yes, there is an issue for Bruce, and no doubt it is obvious to the coaches who are very reliable and capable and good enough to really sort her out for future matches. But she has had some difficulties, especially in controlling, whereby she had a high percentage of wide deliveries, that's Bruce, and no doubt game after game they will work on those areas. But we can see that the Barbados Pride, they have been playing like how champions should be playing, and they are the defending champions, Barbados Pride, and they looked a very well organized team in terms to what we have seen so far of the matches. Barbados look very organized, and that's obvious why they also too are the defending champions of this women's CG Insurance 50 over series. But runs on the board is always runs on the board, and a lot of times, Carlisle, in cricket, figuratively a total can be small, but it can become huge in moments, which is rare, where you don't see a lot of hat tricks being taken. But with a total like that, not hoping for it to happen for the Guyanese team, but if it should present itself, that also too is a different proposition in the way that the game can climax. But speaking of the next half now, how would Barbados approach this? If I had any say to the Barbados batters, no indiscretions, wait for your loose deliveries. The outfield is very quick. Use good shot selections, and we can get to the total without any panic. Because there again, I still put into the equation 300 legal deliveries of 50 overs must be bowled, and we should not get bowled out under. That's Barbados meaning, should not get bowled out under the total. And the only way I can probably see that happen, if a lot of indiscretions come into their batting when they go out there to bat, because with a high percentage of balls to face to get what could be considered as to the defenders champions as a modest total, Carlisle, I think that Barbados Pride going about it, and because of the quality of coaches that they have to and who have had practical success, would give them what is the prescription going out when they go to bat Barbados Pride.
If you're just tuning in to the game being played at Connery in St. Kitts, Guyana against Barbados, we tell you that Barbados batted first and were bowled out for 121. Guyana batted first. Sorry if I gave you a scare in Barbados, but Guyana batted first and were bowled out for 121. Grimond top scored with 25, 21 to Campbell, and 20 to Schultz. And the wicket takers for Barbados, 2 for 38 to Connell, 2 for 30 to Elliott, 2 for 16 Selmon, 2 for 25 Matthew, 1 for 11 Gordon, and then there was 1 run out. And McCall, this is where you see the coaches earning their pay. We're in between innings. And out there we have Corey Collymore and Ryan Hines with 3 of their charges doing some bowling drills. And definitely, this is where you see the coaches. People tend to look and see the games and what happened during the games. But for me, the real work of coaches is what happens behind the scenes when nobody is looking. And here during the interval where they could have just said 121, we'll finish early, we'll do a couple of throwdowns after the game. No, the coaches have said, listen, more than likely these 3 are not in the lineup, and they have said, come, let's do some work.
So they are now doing some bowling practices along with the Guyanese. They are on the other side doing a few drills as well. There's a Guyanese fast bowler, red-haired, and she's really running in and putting it down. And let's hope that she can get that lined up. Let's hope they can get it lined up for whenever the Barbados team goes to bat. The Ryan Hines, of course, and Corey Collymore, they are on the field, giving some workout to those who were resting while the game was going on. And so that's good. And of course, like you said, many people, they look at the game, but the preparation behind the scenes and the maintenance of fitness and so on, that's not seen. And so we hope that we'll see a good response this afternoon.
And McCall, we're told that we'll be taking lunch.
Oh, we'll be taking lunch.
We'll be taking lunch now. So we'll take a little break.
And then
we remind you, Guyana all out for 121. Barbados will be looking for 122 to win. We'll take a break. And when we come back, it will be with Barbados responding. Back after lunch. welcome back. And we're in over number 2. Shinetta Grimmond is bowling from the far end. Casey Knight is on 2. And Haley Matthew is on 1. Matthew is the non-striker. And Knight is driving firmly. Evades the fielder at extra cover. And they'll get a single. So she goes on to 3. Does Casey Knight. And Matthews, who is on 1, comes up to take strike. So a small target that is being chased by Barbados. And they need 122 runs to win. Delivery which is short and pulled away into the onside down to the backward square boundary for 4. So short and on the legs. And Matthew was quickly into her wicket and getting up the first boundary for the inning to take the score on now to, that's 7, 8 in fact, 8 for no loss. Guyana opening with all spin. And this one is played into the offside. And Knight remains on 3. Haley Matthew is on 5. This one played down to short third man. And a single to Knight that will take her on to 4. Matthew, who is on 5, will come up to take strike. Haley Matthew is on strike and is driving pleasantly, firmly into the offside, goes quickly down to cover. No run. And Millington is the bowler. And from over the wicket bowls to Matthew, who is playing it delightfully square of the wicket for 4. Good shot. Just gave herself some room by stepping back to the full depth of the crease and playing it square of the wicket on the offside to pick up 4 runs to take the total on to 13. And she goes on to 9.
Yes, good afternoon, Carlisle, if I may say. Hope you had a nice lunch, sir. And Haley Matthew delighting us with a pleasant back and slamming that one past extra cover for 4. It's a really nice sight to see. She is one of the top batters, I must say, in the Caribbean and well in the world for that matter. So one of the top batters.
So she's 9 from 9, and Casey Knight is on 4 from 9. 3 overs completed, 13 without loss.
Seems as the Guyana have given an all-out spin attack. it's a spin from both ends for the Guyanese. Of course, hoping to pry out a couple of wickets and creating some pressure.
Knight is
playing.
going back. Cotton attempting to play it into the offside. Comes from the inner edge and goes down to short fine leg, but they'll complete a single. And she'll get run number 5, does Casey Knight.
Yeah. Yep, a shot in the dark, as some people say, or some people call it a French cut.
Grimond is bowling from the far end. And Knight is coming. That's not Knight, that's Matthew, who is coming forward and plays it easily down to long on, gets a single. And she goes up to 10.
10 without loss, in my view.
No, she's on 10. The score is
she's on
actually
10.
on 15.
Sorry, 15 without loss, going after 122.
Cut away into the offside for 4, down to the cover boundary by Knight. And the outfield is fast, McCall. Once you beat the infield, you are going to get good value for your runs.
Yeah, and that one went to the boundary so quickly. Well, because there's not much grass on it, green grass, it's kind of patched, and the ball races it very quickly.
19 it is now for no loss, and we're in over number 4.
Oh, we're not taking away from the fact that Casey Knight played an excellent square cut there, by all means.
Grimond bowls again, which is driven into the offside, this time directly to the fielder, and no chance of a run. So we're in over number 4 of 50, if needed.
You can never tell, sir.
Here is a full toss, which is dispatched down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Full toss there from Grimond, and Casey Knight was having everything of that and hit it nicely down to the vacant mid-wicket boundary. Picked up a 4 to take her on to 13, and the score moves on now to 23 for no loss.
Oh, you must capitalize on those bad deliveries. Once you're given a free hit like that, you should take it. And this is what I was saying, that when opportunities were given to the Guyanese, they did not take full effect or full advantage, that's the word. They didn't take full advantage of those bad deliveries.
23 for no loss. 4 was completed. And so Barbados are on their way. Here is a delivery, which is bringing Matthew forward. Finds mid-wicket and no runs. So Casey Knight is on 13 and Haley Matthew is on 10. 23 for no loss. Here's a delivery, which is again played into the offside square of the wicket for 4, which was, it just pitched just a little bit short. And Haley Matthew will have that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. Just stepped back in the crease, got on top of it, and played it away to the square boundary to pick up 4. 27 for no loss.
And normally when there's a pace bowler on and the ball flies from the bat so quickly, you could understand. But this is a spin bowler, and the ball went away just as quick. And in my view, the excellency of execution, right? It was excellently executed, and the ball raced across the field, very well.
Here is Millington again, played into the offside, misfielded by the fielder at extra cover. And so they'll have a single to take Matthews on to 15 and Barbados 28 for no loss. We're in over number 5. And so they're already scoring at 6.23 runs and over in the early goings.
Haley Matthew will take advantage of anything that's slightly short, because that is her strength. And she can also drive very well too. And I'm sure that she will take advantage of anything loose.
Millington brings the batsman to her full height. She plays it down to mid-off. The fielder chases from long off, but before she gets there, the fielder from mid-on is across. But they'll get a single to take the score on to 28 for no loss. And Knight has now moved on to 14. Millington to Matthew, who is forward, and defends it back to the bowler. No run. Getting a short ball again is Matthew, and goes onto the back foot and spanks it down to the boundary square of the wicket on the offside and picks up another 4. So she goes on to 19, and the score goes on now to 23, to 33 in fact, for the loss of no wicket. And Barbados are really running away. This over has been a big one. 10 in the over.
Of course, if you look at it, that shot, she apparently deliberately playing it in the air. The ball made some height, and so she spanked it anyway. It went over in the inner ring, and of course that went away for 4 runs. Hayley Matthew being as efficient as she always would be. Like I said, she's one of the top batters in the Caribbean, in the West Indies, and in the world. She's a recognized world-class player, if I want to call it that. And of course, she is making hay while it's day.
Well, the score, the total they're chasing is small. And they're running away with this at the minute, Barbados.
You were saying if they do need the 50 overs. Well, I don't know if they'll reach 25.
Munisa is the bowler from the far end. And they're having a change in the field. And they're having the fielder who was at backward square comes to backward point. Driving is Knight, and this one goes down to extra cover. Deep, they're chasing through for 1, and Knight will get another run to take on to 15. Barbados 34 for no loss in over number 6. And this opening stand is almost as big as the biggest stand for Guyana.
By all means, the Guyanese didn't settle at all, and they were not consistently putting their partnerships together.
Casey and Knight on strike. Munisa
It's
is
Matthew on strike, I think.
Matthew on strike, in fact, and Munisa flatter faster. And there was Matthew trying to play it away into the offside. Missed. No runs. Matthew driving straight, just on the onside of the stumps. Brings long on from off the boundary. And so she gets run number 20. And the score is 35 for no loss in over number 6. Munisa bringing Knight forward. Another misfield at extra cover. Allows a run to Casey and Knight to take on to 16. And so the total is already small. Guyana can't afford these misfields.
Well, you see, it will seem small if the run rate continues to be as it is and even getting bigger. If the run rate was half what it is now, you would say, you know, they're making some way.
Munisa to Matthew. This one is taking on the pad. There's a shout which goes up. No, says the umpire. Brings up the end of the over. 6 gone, 36 for 6. And they're looking to reach 122 runs to win this game. And the run rate required has already gone to below 2 and over.
You understand? And if the Guyanese are to create some challenge, they would have to pick early wickets. That was not the case. They have allowed Barbados to get off to a flyer, if you want to call it that. And by doing so, and once Hayley Matthew gets set, and then Casey and Knight, she too can be very destructive. and so therefore the Guyanese would have quite a challenge. Instead of creating a challenge, they're having a challenge.
We're seeing a change in bowling, and that looks like Schultz, who will be coming in to take up the bowling from the commentary box end. Left arm, around the wicket, worked away into the onside. Casey Knight is chasing hard, coming back for the second run. It will get close to the boundary, but retrieved there. And so 2 runs to Casey Knight, and that will take her on to 18. And the score to 38 for no loss in over number 7. Remember, Barbados looking for 122 to win.
My question is, why did they start with spin?
Driven firmly into the offside, finds extra cover, no runs. We've seen 3 bowlers so far, all spinners.
All spinners, yeah.
This one is punched into the offside, and they'll get a single.
Someone was saying that maybe spin is their strength. So you have many spinners, that's your strength. So we go with spin.
Knight has moved on to 19, 39 for no loss in over number 7. Brings Haley Matthew, who is on 20, to take strike.
Of course, it is quite understood.
And she's going back, making room, plays it into the offside. They'll get a couple. Victor is saying 4, I think not. I think they'll be satisfied with 2. And then they try a relay that just goes horribly wrong and allows them to come back for the 3rd run. And so
I hope the player down there is not injured.
Matthew will go to 23.
I hope the player is not injured down there, Carlisle. She was trying to relay the ball back to the via one of her teammates, and instead it struck her. She struck her with the ball actually, and that allowed the 3rd one. You see, that's why.
So the umpire is going down to take a look. They've signaled for assistance from off the field. It was a delivery which was picked up just about a yard or 2 inside the boundary, and the fielder who retrieved the ball thought of doing a relay, but she sent it back a little bit hard, and it seemed to have hit her somewhere about the body. And she went down, she's up, she's having a drink of water, and it looks as if that she will continue. The players on the field, of course, are taking the opportunity to get some fluids in. And so we are not having any play at the moment, but we can tell you that the score is 42 for no loss. Casey Knight is on 19, and 23 is Haley Matthews, and that 42 is the highest partnership of the game to date.
That is correct, and we're not seeing half the overs being bowled yet, and almost half the runs have already been made. Again, I question Carlisle and your comment on it, the fact that the Guyanese have given you all spin attack since the beginning of the innings. Is it that they are filled with spinners, that that's their strength?
Well,
or maybe they just don't have the the quicker stuff to present.
Or is it that they believe that the spinners could do the trick for them against Barbados?
That could also be, but the run rate might have been different were they to have started with maybe pace bowlers.
Schultz to bowl to Casey Knight, who is standing up to her full height, which isn't a great deal, and defends it back to the bowler. 42 without loss in the 7th over, looking for a victory target of 122. This one is short and punched firmly into the offside, but there's a fielder down on the extra cover boundary, so they'll just get a single, and that will take Knight on to 20, and the score to 43 for no loss at the end of the over.
Yes, Guyana would have to find some way of getting through the Barbadian opening pair and getting into the top middle and see what could happen. But the spinners have proved to be no match. They haven't presented any challenges at all for these 2 batsmen. In fact, with the run rate as it is, it proves that maybe that is not a strategy they should continue.
Left-handed Casey Knight is on strike. She's on 20. And But this delivery, she is defending, beaten outside the line of the off stump, not taken cleanly by the keeper, but a good delivery.
Yes. And in the game, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica all out for 123 of 39.4 overs, and Trinidad and Tobago in response, they are 5 runs on the board for 1 wicket.
Munisa bowling to Knight, who turns it away into the onside for a single. 44 for no loss in the 8th over. Casey Knight is on 21. Haley Matthew is on 23.
Most of the innings I've heard ending at 120, 125, 123. Have we?
It's well fielded in the offside. As again, we see a delivery which was just back of a length. And Haley Matthew is showing good experience using the depth of a crease and playing it away to get a single. She moves on to 24, does Matthew. And got as far as 15 in the first game before she was out. 45 it is for no loss in over number 8. And
Carlisle, I don't know if something could be done to research for me. The highest score we have had for any innings in these past 4 games that we've had. Because in St. Paul's, we were doing 120.
That would be 162. 162. Well, Trinidad and Tobago made 161, Victor, and Barbados won, so they went past the 161.
Okay, so that has been the most runs made so far in this tournament.
And what is interesting in this tournament so far to Carlisle and McCall, and that we recognize to know that Jamaica against Trinidad, 39.4 overs. Overs again still to be speared, to be bowled. So that is a pattern of a sequence that is taken so far in the tournament. And obviously we would hope that the coaches are paying close attention to that scenario and try to rectify it for the other upcoming games.
So persons not occupying the crease long enough, not utilizing the overs and giving themselves the opportunity to make more runs. And many of them have been bowled out before with 10 and 12 overs to spare. That I can see the need for some adjustment.
Schultz will continue and will bowl to Haley Matthews, who is turning this one into the onside. Fielder from backward square has to chase across to her right. And she'll get a single Matthews to take on to 25. 46 for no loss. Barbados needing another 76 runs to win this game. And we are only in over number 9. Here is Schultz. And this one is given some air and struck down to the vacant mid-wicket boundary by Casey Knight for 4. Picked it up early and decided, listen, I'm at the pitch of the ball. I'm going to take full advantage of this, and got a boundary to take her on to 25 and brings up the half century for Barbados, 50 for no loss. And we're in over number 9.
What was good about that shot is, in fact, that she hit the gap where no one was. Had it gone to hand, then it would have been a different case. But she hit the gap very well.
Stroked into the offside by Knight, and she'll get a single. That takes her up to 26. And so the first half-century partnership of this game. I'll do some research, Victor. I'm not too sure. It's the first 50 opening partnership of the tournament.
And also to Carlisle, you will get an early visit back home, because this encounter look like it's going to conclude early for how they are going, and one being struck into the deep, and it looks like
6.
might have just cleared the boundary, but we'll have to wait and see what would be the decision from the umpire. And now here the umpire is now signaling 6.
It was short from Schultz, and Haley Matthew, experienced player, used the depth of a crease again, and she must have really, really good forearms and wrist, because she struck it beautifully and cleared the boundary for 6 to take her on now to 31. And she's getting another short delivery and plays it into the onside. Once again, this one will run close to the boundary, but they'll only get a couple as it is recovered a couple of meters inside the boundary. She goes on to 33, Haley Matthews. And Barbados continue merrily on their way. 59 for no loss.
Yeah, good shot selection between both batters here for Barbados. Well, the experienced Matthews is on strike and cut in, but finding the fielder at point, and there is no run. But interesting though the left arm back of the hand bowler, and it doesn't look a bad bowler indeed, really, and no doubt room for improvement always.
59 for no loss, Barbados. And they're currently scoring at 6.68 runs and over. And looking for 63 runs in 247 balls to win.
And that is the sort of equation that comes into the picture. So we can ask ourselves then, what would be the reason for any indiscretions with so many legal deliveries to be bowled? I can see this now as easy picking in the sense by waiting for the loose deliveries and just picking up the ones and the twos. Well, both umpires having a little conversation, and umpire gonna change. That looks like Jacqueline, and yes.
14 runs off the last over, Victor. Most expensive for the game so far. Munisa continues from the far end.
And it takes a lot of adjustments when a left and right hander is at the crease, and you have to bowl, especially when they are exchanging the strike like these two are doing, getting their ones and the twos. But on that occasion, that was a dot delivery, and it is a good thing to have a left and right hander opening the innings. But all spinners we have seen thus far for Guyana, so obviously this is their strength in the bowling attack.
Turned into the onside. They'll get at least a couple. As is the fielder from backwards square is chasing back. Casey Knight will move to 28. And Barbados 61 now for the loss of no wicket. And they're halfway there.
Yes, indeed, and batting well, Casey Knight, and the experienced Haley Matthews, and just having an exchange with the presiding umpire. That's look like La Borda, and the left-hander Knight settles, look quite composed in her stance. Try to sweep at one, that goes down the leg side. Now comes the signal, another one to the total, coming by a wide.
62 for no loss. Monisa before this. None for 7 from 2. Here's Knight coming forward. Wide, making it 62. Casey Knight is on 28. Haley Matthews is on 33. And so a good opening stand by the pair from Barbados. And here's Knight solidly in behind this one, plays it away in the offside. Extra cover is in the way, no runs. Shorter delivery, pulled into the onside by Casey Knight, and she doesn't even bother to run. She knows that she hit it well. And down forward of square for another boundary, she goes up to 32. And the score is now 66 for no loss, Barbados.
Yes, and this is looking very good by Casey Knight and the experienced Haley Matthews. The highest opening partnership in this CG Insurance Women's Tournament, regional tournament, being held here in St. Kitts. And matches are being played also too at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, Warner Park International Cricket Stadium, and right here at the Connery Cricket Center. These two, you can see, have worked out their shot selections at first, going to the crease, knowing that they are facing were facing a modest total of just 120 thereabout and 61 without loss. A very valuable opening partnership, and no doubt these two will try to carry it right to the end.
Schultz it is who will continue. And she's none for 21 from 2 before this. Here is Matthew hitting firmly in the air and just over the head of the fielder on the long off boundary and getting 6. Teasing, tantalizing. For a moment the fielder thought she had a chance, but Matthews had hit it well. And that 6 takes her up to 39 and the score to 72 for no loss.
Yes, and very well-timed stroke there by Haley Matthews. The fielder for moments thought that she could have pulled it in, but it was not to be. And Matthews, Haley Matthews that is, earned herself a very valuable 6 runs.
Here is she driving firmly to extra cover, no runs.
And both batsmen at the crease, they look quite relaxed, quite composed, know the job that is at hand, no indiscretions, waiting for anything that present themselves to score runs, and they are doing it well.
This one is played into the offside. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary, and so Matthews will get 1 run to take her on to 40, and it's now 73 for no loss Barbados. Remember, Guyana only made 121.
Well, what I would hope also too for in terms that this tournament also is about development and winning. Well, the defending champions Barbados are really defending and playing like defending champions. They continue that vein from their first encounter when they met Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park on Monday, and here at the Connery Cricket Centre against Guyana, showing full dominance in pursuit of 120.
Well played by Casey and Knight. Just closing the face of the bat and gently rolling it out to forward of square to pick up a single to take her on to 33. And Barbados a 74 for no loss. And weighing over number 11. Remember, we have 50 overs in this encounter if required.
Well, at this particular moment, it doesn't look like it will get to that point of 50. Probably it will get close to 25.
They don't require much. It's 74.
How many
74 is the total for no loss. Haley Matthew is on 40. And for this delivery, she's defending, evades the bat, goes through for the keeper. End of the over. End of 11 overs. And Barbados in search of 122 to win. 74 for no loss.
Yes.
40 is Matthews, 33 Casey and Knight.
Yes, and what a very valuable and important partnership. And for those of us here at the Connery Cricket Centre, and obviously even more so and importantly so, those viewing this encounter would see that these two batters for Barbados Pride are going about the job, thinking about it, and using the right shot selections. Well,
Monisa will continue from the far end as the captain is ensuring that there is a fielder down on the long off boundary, one on the long on boundary as well. 10 overs have been completed, and so they have a chance now to spread the field a little bit. Delivery which beats Casey and Knight. And earlier I referred to an incident, and I'm told, and I've seen the police report during lunch, that at the team hotel where the Leewoods is staying, I'll come back to that after this, as Monisa is bowling to Knight, and she's going back, plays it into the offside, knocked down by the fielder at cover, no runs. Said an elderly gentleman who had checked in earlier that day on vacation with his family lost his balance at a bar on the hotel's 5th floor and fell all the way down to the ground. And it happened in front of some of the Leewoods players who witnessed it. And so, of course, you know that they are seriously traumatized, some of the players. to witness that fall. The gentleman, according to the report, succumbed to his injuries on the way to the hospital. And not many people will survive a fall from the 5th floor. Wide delivery bowled to Casey Knight. Takes the score on to 75 for Barbados. Casey Knight is on 33. Munisa is the bowler from the far end.
Well, that was a very unfortunate situation, but even more unfortunate so. And one struck into the covers area, and they get Casey Knight earns herself another single. And even more so, the trauma that the player or players who did witness that fall from the visitor, at the Marriott Hotel, is it? At the Marriott's, yeah. That is not easy to deal with. And to come out and play cricket in a positive way, where you actually see a trauma like that, it was so unfortunate. And we do hope that the individual that did incur that fall would be okay. But
no, he died, Victor. He succumbed to his injuries.
He died. Okay. Well, coming from 5 floors up of any hotel or any area of that 5 feet up from ground, most likely it's very difficult to live again. So that was very unfortunate. But the fortunate thing here now is that Barbados is in the driving seat here against Guyana at the Connery Cricket Center and getting closer to victory, Carlisle. And it will also give you an opportunity to get across back home to Nevis, your lovely island, and really get other things done on your schedule.
Well, I'll have to go and find the Leewards team first and check in on the team, have a chat with them, and see how best we can get them to deal with the incident, first of all, because you cannot unsee what you saw.
Well, that is right, and it is not easy, especially when you're playing a game like cricket where it takes a lot of thinking. So that would be very good of you, and I know I am not surprised, and many persons knowing you would not be surprised either, and you will go and give your best consolations and also give my best advice to them that, you know, it's not easy, but you can work out.
Schultz has been expensive. She has sent down 3 overs for 29 runs, and she is in over number 4. Matthews is chasing a wide delivery. It bounces through to the keeper. No chance of a run. McCall is ready to come in to continue the commentary. I don't think he's going to get too many stints this afternoon with the way the Barbados batters are going. So I'll bring him in at the end of this over. Here's a delivery which is keeping low, and the keeper does well to get it. It's wide of the stumps though, and so no challenge to Matthew. She's on 40 and will be looking to get a half century. She didn't get many in the first game, was out for 15, but has looked very good in this of 40. Schultz from wide of the crease, bowls wide of the stumps, and Matthews is experienced enough to leave it alone, take her wide, see the score move to 78, and know that they're just looking for another 44 runs to win. Here is Schultz, and Matthews is going back, punching into the offside, and clears the boundary for 4. The fielder from cover was chasing for all her worth, but my word, Matthews hit it well. And that takes the score on now to 82. And she goes on to 45, does Matthews.
Yes, and very well, Matthews is using her wealth of experience, and with this very fast outfield here at the Connery Cricket Center, which all of us are very impressed with the work that the ground staff has done here, and we must congratulate them for the excellent work. Only one delivery we have seen so far, keeping on the low side, so all in all, but Matthews earn and get closer to that half century, and it will be interesting to know how many boundaries she has struck so far. Well,
she goes on to 46 from her 33 balls, and the score goes on to 83 for the loss of no wickets. Barbados win over number 13.
5 4s and 2 6s to Matthews so far in her knock, and here is Casey Knight getting a single down to long off.
And she goes up to 35 from 44, does Knight. And the score is 84 for no loss.
But what this partnership can also do too for players looking on both sides can also learn from these two what it takes in building a partnership, your shot selection and so forth. Here is one struck into deep cover. And the fielder on the deep extra cover boundary getting an awkward bounce. She stopped it partially, but enough to go into the boundary still. 4 more
Half
runs,
century
and
for Matthews.
that brings up Matthews 50. So very well played by Haley Matthews, getting to her 50. That will be 6 fours and 2 sixes. 2 sixes and 6 fours. Haley Matthews. And really, what an excellent partnership between these two. It is 84 on the board without loss. And the Barbados Pride, William Mockall, good afternoon. They are really playing like defending champions.
Yes, you could see the level, a different level to the Guyanese batsmen. These two have played with confidence, they've played with aggression, yet caution, and they have been very effective in putting up such a score. And if you look at their run rate, you know, it's really immaculate.
And what is good, as I said before you came to the microphone there, William McCall, is that for players on both sides looking at these two batting, it is also a learning aspect as to how you go about your shot selection, your running between the wickets, and with a modest total posted that we never saw any indiscretions from either. And here is another boundary into the deep extra cover area. On this occasion, it's Casey Knight.
Casey Knight as well. She's very clean, very good at executing those shots. And one of the points you want to make, though, is that the younger players could learn from these two. Of course, you can also say that the Barbados team, they have a target. They know where they're going. The Guyanese didn't have a target. And so therefore, you know, one can make that argument.
Well,
but I think it's a rather good response.
Yeah, but the different conversation when you bat first is to make certain that you bat out the overs. That should always be a scenario for team in the shorter version of the game. That is like, this is Super
Limited
50.
overs, yeah.
This is Super 50. CG Insurance Regional Women Cricket Tournament being played here in St. Kitts, and that is also very important.
Yeah, the team that bats first should ensure that they bat the overs and make as many runs as possible, because the team that is batting second, they know the target, therefore they can adopt a style that will give them the advantage to get those runs. But Haley Matthew really is a class above most of the batting I've seen.
Yes, and very good. And she has a wealth of experience internationally playing for the West Indies women's senior team in international tournaments. And we can also see too in this game, but Carlisle Powell and myself, Victor Eddy, who saw the game against Trinidad and Tobago, can see how well Barbados team as defending champions are well organized. And you know, this is something that I always believe in. After each over, the two batters came mid-pitch and had a conversation.
Yeah.
What do you think the conversation possibly could have been?
Well, what they're saying, we are 93 without loss, and we're facing 122.
Let us carry it on.
So let's continue to do what we're doing. What else could you be saying? And in my view, 93 without loss signals a very strong position as it relates to the Barbadian batters.
Well, in our research too, we will do some research, and probably most likely for the next game, where we can come back and ask what has been the highest opening partnership in women regional cricket tournament. You know, all those things will come along, but this no doubt will be in the rating. One being cut down to third man, and really the fielder just stretch out the hand, not really in a valiant effort to pull in the catch, but Matthews Haley Matthews, that is, earned herself another boundary. And it was, even though it was airborne, it was a shot that she deliberately played late, But this outfield here at the Connery Cricket Centre ground is very fast and looks to be a very, very good one for cricket. Anything beating any fielder inside the 30-yard circle? On most occasions we have seen today, 4 runs.
Well, in spite of how quick you might go and follow that ball, it will race away to the boundary. Here's another big hit by Haley Matthew over the boundary for 6. That's a 6 over extra cover by Haley Matthew. And that's the 100. Yes, it says 97 on the monitor, but if you add 6 to that, we will over 100 without loss. And I think that Haley Matthew, again, she's showing her experience and class, which is really required. And of course, I'm hoping that the younger players could learn something from her and from Casey Knight.
Well, this is really a most valuable and important partnership. An next one played out to deep cover, and this time all along the ground, and there is a field out there. So Matthews comes off the strike, earns herself another boundary. And why we keep speaking about the learning process is that as cricketers, you learn from each other, and as those sitting back in the pavilion, they should really be paying attention to what is happening out in the middle, so they too can, when they have opportunities like this, whereby you're chasing a modest total, knowing 300 legal deliveries must be bowled, no indiscretions, use good shot selection, and just take the ones and the twos.
There's another single by Casey Knight, taking the score to about 105 now without loss. Of course, Casey Knight, she has 39 or 50 overs, and Matthew has 61 or 37 balls, that is. Of course, the target is 122.
Yes, and really, that is only now in Dimitri. Nice late cut, and really, it's going to go down to the point boundary for another boundary for Matthews. So the stroke there that Matthews earned herself for into the point boundary, you would see that she placed her emphasis on timing and not power, and just struck it away from the fielder, and with the outfield doing what it has to do, 4 runs all over.
Yes, a good shot by Haley Matthew. 105, 109 now without loss. This is the highest opening partnership for the Cricket West Indies CG Ladies Super 50 tournament. And of course, it's done none other by Haley Matthew and Casey Knight. It's the end of the over as we speak. The end of over, yes, the end of over number 14.
Well, and the experience...
Number 15, over number 15 just ended.
And the experience also came to the commentary area, because Carlisle Powell said, let me make way for William Mockall to come in and get a final taste before it concludes. Before it concludes.
I understand.
It's all around. It's all
Yes,
around.
yes,
And yeah, Carlisle is a good...
and having done work with,
yes,
with
very
Carlisle
good.
for the first time, it's
That's Carlisle Powell.
it's
eh?
an
So
experience to me. Thank you very much.
you have to say which Carlisle. Eh? There are many
Carlisle Powell.
Please,
yes,
thank you.
By all means. There's only one
that we know of.
that we know of, yes.
Yes, and good afternoon to Enoch Lewis and all the members of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board and cricket fans in general, but also in Barbados and Guyana. Here we are at the Connery Cricket Centre, one being struck in the air. Is this going to be the first wicket? And it looks like a catch, yes. So the partnership has been broken.
Yes.
We are not certain if this, and we will get clarification as the tournament goes on, if this opening partnership of 100 and what it was finally
109.
109 or 110. We'll confirm it. Is it 109 or 110? 109.
Yes,
okay.
this was a full delivery,
A full delivery.
from from that bowler to Casey Knight. She swung it, and it went all the way down to that field in the deep the deep mid wicket area, and she was caught.
Well,
a good catch. in
Yeah,
my
good
view,
catch. Because the fielder actually dived to and took it low.
Yes.
But at least Guyana can feel good in a sense whereby they have broken the partnership, because Barbados Pride now, they are very much close to the 122, which was posted by Guyana. So William McCall is alongside yours truly, Victor Eddy, and William. The cricket so far on the tournament, it's very enterprising. Some teams so far, well, at least we can say Guyana and the Leeward Islands have really fell below part, and we can only hope that as the tournament goes on, that those teams would have better performances going forward. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, what a tremendous performance we have seen here by the Barbados Pride. One being played into point, there is no run. And the defending champions, I repeat again, really playing like champions,
Yes.
Barbados Pride.
It's cricket we're playing, and there will be winners and there will be losers. But sometimes it's the margin. It's the margin of victory sometimes that creates some alarm for pundits like yourself and me.
Well, another boundary being earned by Barbados Pride, so they're getting closer to the designated total of 122, which Guyana posted when they batted first in this CG Insurance Women's Regional Cricket Super 50. Matches being played at St. Paul's Recreation Ground and the Warner Park International Stadium.
Yeah, that one was played by Kishona Knight. Kishona Knight.
That's right.
apparently
Okay.
A relative or sister of the one that just got out. They're sisters, twin sister. And of course, see, you've lost one, you've got another.
Well,
That's right.
and we have had sisters before playing in cricket, but I can't recollect, or even amongst male
We have
twins.
had brothers. We have had brothers.
but,
yeah.
but twins.
yeah.
Yeah, but not twins, because you had Ian and Greg Chappell of Australia, and, you know.
Mark Waugh and Steve Waugh.
Okay, right.
They were twins.
Anyway, here at the Guyana, here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Barbados Pride, the defending champions, they're getting closer to the 122, which was posted by Guyana when they batted first. Barbados Pride, they won the toss and decided to field.
Being so close to the 121, I think I'll just have our fellow commentator, Carlisle, to come back here and see it all to the end, by all means.
Okay, all right, no problem. Very nice of you, William, and we are here, and I cannot reject or have any objections to William's request, and Carlisle will truly respond. But Carlisle, this has been a tremendous performance so far by Barbados Pride, and even more so, hitting that 6. So I think, William, your timing was good to bring him in to just close it out now.
And you can see all the experience of Haley Matthew. Getting a delivery which is pitch on the legs and just getting inside of it and hitting it over the mid-wicket boundary for 6 to take the score to 119. And she goes on to 71. Delivery which she's stroking down the ground. Mid-on comes off the boundary. And they'll have a single. So she moves on now to 72, and the score is now 119 for 1.
Well, this could be one of the easiest job that a match adjudicator for player of the match to be assigned, and really.
Actually 120, Victor.
Yeah, yes.
So just 2 runs for victory. And you spoke about the Knight sisters, and I bet you missed that they're Grimmon sisters on the Guyana side.
Well, that is why you are here, to really brush me up on things that I'm not aware of, and that's the beauty about commentary and sharing with each other. So thanks, and well appreciated by that, Carlisle, and it's very good to see that close associates and even relatives or sisters more so. But here is Barbados Pride. Would this be over now, or they would still need one more run?
Yeah, they have crossed for a single, so the scores are tied. Kishona Knight is on 5. And it's 121 for the loss of 1, Barbados in over number 17. a most emphatic response to the 121 made by Guyana.
Well, seeing that Haley Matthews is batting so well and with her wealth of experience, she would be a very vital ingredient in this Barbados Pride lineup in terms of going towards the other matches in the future. And she would know how important it is to have those valuable stats, whether you bat first or you chase.
Let me give you the equation, Victor. Barbados are looking for 1 run in 199 balls. Here is a delivery, which is pushing Kishona Knight on the back foot.
And look how wet it
and
is,
there's a
come.
misfield on the infield. The cross for a single. That is the winning run for Barbados. They marched to their target of 122 in just 17 overs. And so they have won the game, Barbados, 72 or 43 to Haley Matthew, 40 to Casey Knight from 53, and the only other batter to come to the crease, Kaishona Knight, 5 from 6. Barbados 122 for the loss of 1 wicket in 17 overs, hauling in the score made by Guyana of 121. So a most emphatic victory by Barbados, and they're the defending champions, and they have sent a signal clearly to all of the other teams in the competition that they're here to defend their title, and they have started the competition well.
Well, and that is an excellent way to come in as defending champions, winning their first 2 encounters. The first one was up against Trinidad and Tobago that Barbados Pride defeated at Warner Park on Monday last, and here today at the Connery Cricket Centre, even more so convincingly defeating Guyana and only losing 1 wicket in chasing 122 for victory. And Haley Matthews leading by example, and no doubt will carry this forward into the remainder of matches. And as we are now seeing, which is very good camaraderie and sportsmanship, whereby the players are meeting and greeting and saying a friendly word to each other, congratulating the winners, obviously, is Barbados being congratulated by the Guyanese contingent, even the coaches and the physios. So all that inclusiveness looks very good, because on the field of play is different. You are just on different teams and you are not enemies. And this is a very important factor. But I hope, though, Carlisle, that a lot of other players on both teams would have looked at Casey Knight and Haley Matthews as how they went about an innings, and recognizing, yes, a modest total of 122, but we will still go out there, no indiscretions. We will use good shot selections, and when the loose deliveries comes, as they did, and sometimes even where some deliveries were not loose, because of the ability and the experience of Haley Matthews and Casey Knight, they did demonstrate good batsmanship. So Barbados, as you quite rightly said, Carlisle, and I'm in agreement with you, they are sending their message loud and clear. But there is a concern going forward into the remainder in these Super 50 over matches about teams getting bowled out far beyond the 50 overs, which is designated for this Super 50.
Waiting for my bowling figures, Victor, so I can give you the complete view of what happened here. But I can tell you that the game at Warner Park has reached a conclusion as well. Last time I checked, the Windwards were 59 for the loss of 2 wickets. They have since scored the run to win, and so that game is over as well. And here in this game, we can tell you that batting first, Guyana reached 121 wickets. Top scoring was Grimond, who was LBW to Gordon for 25. Campbell reached as far as 21. 20 runs to Schultz. 11 was the next high score, 121 all out. And the wickets went to Connell, 2 for 38. Gordon, 1 for 11. Elliott, 2 for 30. Selman, 2 for 16, and Matthew 2 for 25. And in response, the bowling figures here, we tell you that the Barbados team reached their target of 122 for no loss. Well, for the loss of 1 wicket, beg your pardon. Casey and Knight went for 40. And the bowling figures, I will get to you in just a little while. I was given the bowling figures, but they were not the final updated bowling figures. But we can tell you that Barbados won by 9 wickets, and the outstanding batter, the outstanding batter was Haley Matthews with 72. The updated bowling figures, I'm not seeing any in the wickets column, so it cannot be the final updated figures because 1 wicket did in fact fall to Grimmond. And so I'm here back checking with my scorer who will have the updated bowling figures for me in just a little while. But for you in Barbados, you can be comforted with the good news that Haley Matthews, who didn't get among the wickets when that game was played, she came good in this game and got 2 wickets and transferred that into her batting. And so Casey Knight, she made 40. She was caught by Raulina Grimmond, bowled by Shinetas Grimmond for 40. Haley Matthews, the captain, was not out on 72. Keshona Knight was not out on 6. And Millington, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Shineta Grimmond, 3 overs and 1 ball, no maidens, 1 for 22. Munisa, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 20. Kaysir Schultz, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 40. And Gajnabi, 1 over, no maiden, none for 16. And so Barbados reaching 122 for the loss of 1 wicket in 17 overs and 1 ball. Comprehensive victory for Barbados. And so we will be back with you the next time around. Will be in 2 days' time on Friday. And as I continue to rotate, I will be at Warner Park on Friday. And I have to check to see who is going to be on the team with me. I seem to be following around a certain Victor Eddy.
No, but I will be so
and so for the next game, I'll have the good pleasure of working again with McCall, and Al Edwards will join us at Connery. You'll have Gary Pemberton, Troy Mills, Joel Manning, and Norval McCall, while Victor will make his way down to St. Paul's with the King Monarch and my countryman, Mr. Earl Smithen. But from Connery, we can leave you with the good news that the Barbados team has comprehensively defeated the Guyana team, reaching their target of 121, making 122 for the loss of 1 wicket. Casey and Knight went for 40, and the captain Haley Matthews, she remained not out on 72, with Keshona Knight not out on 6. And so that's how we leave you. Until Friday then, when we'll have more women's cricket. Carlisle Powell, on behalf of the commentators at Connery, wishing you goodbye.